jamana bandu kwesi Kenya uhoya kwa jamana bandu kwesi musialo uhoya kwa jamana baba ulonde malako kao uhoya kwa jamana baba ulonde malako kao uhoya kwa jamana bandu kwesi Kenya uhoya kwa jamana bandu kwesi musialo uhoya kwa jamana ehindani iriwo yasaereto buheri machuni ni kariwo yasaereto chimabasi emyoyo ni kidonga yasaereto buhoni ehindani iriwo yasaereto buheri usoni puriwo yasaereta rinembe emyero ni kiriwo yasaereta rinembe abana befwe mirembe ne milayi uhoya kwa jamana nimumenya mirembe ne milayi uhoya kwa jamana nimumenya mubulamu befwe uhoya kwa jamana abana befwe mirembe ne milayi uhoya kwa jamana nimumenya mirembe ne milayi uhoya kwa jamana nimumenya mubulamu befwe uhoya kwa jamana abana befwe mirembe ne milayi uhoya kwa jamana nimumenya mirembe ne milayi uhoya kwa jamana nimumenya mubulamu befwe uhoya kwa jamana chabusia mirembe tengene uhoya kwa jamana Kisumu mirembe tengene uhoya kwa jamana Nairobi mirembe tengene uhoya kwa jamana Mombasa mirembe tengene uhoya kwa jamana Mandera Bwana. Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Kenya nchi nzuri.
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Karibuni nyote.
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Tunapenda wageni.
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Sema
Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya yapendeza, tazama milima yetu. Kenya yapendeza, tembea baharini. Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Kenya yapendeza, tazama milima yetu. Kenya yapendeza, tembea baharini. Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Kenya yapendeza, tazama milima yetu. Kenya yapendeza, tembea baharini. Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Kenya yapendeza, tazama milima yetu. Kenya yapendeza, tembea baharini. Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Aboni boni bananga babele gandoki Papa lolo tueli mokolo ya bandoki bangala kanza Papa lolo tani mokolo nzoto bamemi makambo Papa lolo naleli mama naleli papa naleli mama naleli papa Papa lolo mabakia wapi Papa lolo mabakia wapi
Mwangali pesa miso tema totema muziki bila jasho
na mungili bali makamototeo osane nangalia katika mokili kabana nayo ebaleza ngambiku baboti okoti na likoba bandoki bakitiselio miso Papa lolo babakia wapi Papa lolo babakia wapi
Ukifika pale Alto salimia mama Rachel mchapakazi. Mama salimia watu.
Zambe akela mokili atia pema na mobebe akesa biso pema topema akela biso na edeli nyoka atia biso na bomungu tamonya so I love you Papa lolo mabakia wapi Papa lolo mabakia wapi
Wanatuambia ushikwapo shikamana, basi ukipanda pandosha utavuna pankwisha. Ndani ya muziki
Aboni boni bananga babele gandoki Papa lolo mokolo ya bandoki bangala kanza Papa lolo tani mokolo nzoto babemi makambo Papa lolo naleli mama naleli papa naleli mama naleli papa Papa lolo babakia wapi Papa lolo babakia wapi
egesa onyeshe mambo yako hayo.
na mokili badi makamototeo osane langalia katika mokili lekabala nayo ebaleza ngambikuwa baboti ogoti na lingomba bandoki bakitiselio miso Papa lolo babakia wapi Papa lolo babakia wapi Papa lolo babakia wapi Papa lolo wapie Papalondo Babakira wapie Papalondo Babakira wapie Papalondo Babakira wapie.
Oh, Toddy,
Sensei,
what shall we do?
Tingadi,
Since the journey.
what shall we do?
Oh, Toddy,
Sensei,
what shall we do?
Tingadi,
Since the journey.
what shall we do?
Chinaronde say, Urera Fuma Wako.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Chinaronde say, Uchenga Taru Fuma Wako.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Asa Baba Chapa More Pasina Ramo.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Asa Batubuka Pamore Pasina Ramo.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Oh, Toddy,
Sensei,
what shall we do?
Tingadi,
Since the journey.
what shall we do?
Oh, Toddy,
Sensei,
what shall we do?
Tingadi,
Since the journey.
what shall we do?
Ah, Toddy,
Sensei,
what shall we do?
Tingadi,
Since the journey.
what shall we do?
Oh, Toddy,
Sensei,
what shall we do?
Tingadi,
Since the journey.
what shall we do?
Chinaronde say, Uvino Nelo, Kerenae.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Chinaronde say, Uvino Nea Kabisa Uma.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Achiziva unao, utachiwana.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Ende uchiziva unao, utachiwana.
Kadiwina o utachiwana.
Oh, Toddy,
Sensei,
what shall we do?
Tingadi.
Since John.
What shall we do?
Yeah, Tony.
Sense.
What shall we do?
Tingadi.
Since John.
What shall we do?
Oh, Tony.
Sense.
What shall we do?
Tingadi.
Since John.
What shall we do? Tachiwana.
Tony Palmosa.
Kaniwina. Oh, Tachiwana. 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 Tachiwana.
Tony Palmosa.
Kaniwina. Oh, Tachiwana.
Oh, Tony.
Sense.
What shall we do?
Tingadi.
Since John.
What shall we do?
Yeah, Tony.
Sense.
What shall we do?
Tingadi.
Since John.
What shall we do?
Oh, Tony.
Sense.
What shall we do?
Tingadi.
Since John.
What shall we do?
Iko sawa. Kuna mtu anasikia nini? Mwenyekiti. Eh?
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Tasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Tunawatambua viongozi wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuinua nchi yetu.
Tasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Tunawatambua wazalendo wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuboresha nchi yetu.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Juhudi zenu
mikononi mwetu.
juhudi zenu
Daima Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu.
So itakuwa na taifa letu litaimarika. Na taifa letu litaimarika. Sawa.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Tunawapongeza wazalendo wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuijenga Kenya yetu.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Tunawatambua wazalendo wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuboresha nchi yetu.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo.
Juhudi zenu
Daima Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu.
juhudi zenu
Daima Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu.
wazalendo tupambane na ufisadi Kenya.
Taifa letu litaimarika.
Wazalendo tupambane na ulanguzi Kenya.
Taifa letu litaimarika.
Wazalendo tupambane na ulanguzi Kenya.
Taifa letu litaimarika.
Wazalendo tupambane na ukabila Kenya.
Taifa letu litaimarika.
Wazalendo tupambane na uchochezi Kenya.
Taifa letu litaimarika.
Kina mama hoye, kina mama hoye,
Daima Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu.
kina mama hoye,
Daima Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu.
Kenya hoye,
Daima Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu.
Mabibi na mabwana, good morning. Good morning. A round of applause for TSC Choir, Teacher Service Commission. Asanteni sana. Nyimbo nzuri sana zinapendeza. Once again, good morning and thank you so much for making time to be here with us. We're going to start our program very soon. We're just waiting for our chief guest to arrive. Being told he's only 5 minutes away and we'll begin. As you can see, our program is jam-packed. We'll try and dash it. But I'll not be the master of ceremony for today. Instead, it will be Jackson Mue, who is the Director of Field Services and Coordination, EACC, who's here with us, just making a few touch-ups here and there, but he'll be here with us. We will therefore, immediately after the guests arrive, we'll start with our national anthem, and then the East Africa Community anthem, and then the integrity song as well. All right? So tutaanza muda mfupi, but kwa sasa nataka niwape nafasi TSC waendelee, but we'll start our program, I'm being told, at exactly 10 o'clock. Kwa hivyo muda mfupi tu kutoka sasa. Asanteni na karibuni tena.
bamba ni machero. O safari ya bamba ni machero. O safari ya bamba ni machero. O kambe, o kambe, pole pole, chere mchiche, haya. O kambe, safari, o safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari, o safari ya bamba ni machero. 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 Safari, safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero. O safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari, safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero. O safari ya bamba ni machero. Kuteni kama gari la bamba, bwana mkubwa tena Mombasa, fika salama. Kuteni kamba, kuteni kamba. Safari ya bamba ni machero. O safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari, safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero. O safari ya bamba ni machero. Kuteni kama fika salama, fika salama, fika salama, fika salama. Bwana mkubwa nenda salama, fika salama. Kuteni kamba, fika salama, kuteni kamba. Zoni muloleza wezungulilelo, kadenge kapapa ni mzima. Zoni muloleza wezungulilelo, kadenge kapapa ni mzima. Zurungi zariri cha mzini, zurungi zariri cha mzini, zurungi zariri cha mzini, zurungi zariri cha mzini. O kambe, homse, o kambe, homse, o kambe, homse, o kambe, homse.
We can do it together because we all know this song. Kindly, si tunaweza simama, wale wanaweza simama tu. So that we do it together. If you know the song, you can join us.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
Daima,
tunayoipenda
daima,
tunayoipenda.
daima.
Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka.
Daima,
Kenya nchi yenye baraka.
daima,
Kenya nchi yenye baraka. chetu,
hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya, kutumikia Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya ni mama yetu, tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Kenya ng'ambo nitarudi,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
sitadanganywa kamwe na wabaya,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
wala sitapotoshwa na wabaya.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Sitasaliti Kenya nchi yangu,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
na majirani wangu nitalinda.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
tushangilie Kenya taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda,
Daima,
tunayoipenda,
daima,
nchi tunayoipenda.
daima.
Thank you.
Makofi zaidi. Asante once again, TSC. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is around. Should be walking into the venue anytime now, into this hall. I'd like to request those who haven't found a place to sit to please come in. If you're standing outside, there's a couple of seats here. Tafadhali tuingie ndani ili tuwe tayari kuanza. As I said earlier, TSC will lead us in the national anthem, the East African, and the integrity song, and then we'll begin. All right? Kwa hivyo wale ambao wako nje, tafadhali, if you haven't found a place to sit, please come and join us as I give TSC an opportunity to sing at least one more song before our guest comes in officially. And then I hand over to Mr. Jackson Mwe, our Master of Ceremony for the day.
Tunashangilia taifa letu, urithi wetu,
Kenya,
makao yetu,
Kenya,
napenda Kenya.
ninaapa kulinda Kenya daima.
Tunashangilia juhudi yetu kujenga Kenya,
Kenya,
tulinde Kenya,
Kenya,
makao yetu.
ninaapa kulinda Kenya daima.
Tumebarikiwa na Mwenyezi Mungu kutupa Kenya,
Kenya,
mazingira mema,
Kenya,
naipenda Kenya.
ninaapa kulinda Kenya daima.
Bidii tunayo na talanta tele tumejaliwa,
Kenya,
taifa letu Kenya, mimi nawe Kenya, jenga Kenya,
hapa kulinda Kenya daima.
ukipenda Kenya jitolee leo, tujenge Kenya, tulinde Kenya, makao yetu,
hapa kulinda Kenya daima.
umoja wa kitaifa
Ndilo lengo letu, umoja wa kitaifa. Ndilo lengo letu,
umoja wa kitaifa,
ndilo lengo letu, umoja wa kitaifa. Ndilo lengo letu,
kujenga taifa letu,
ndilo lengo letu, kujenga taifa letu. Ndilo lengo letu,
kujenga taifa letu,
ndilo lengo letu, kujenga taifa letu. Ndilo lengo letu,
hatutaki uchochezi kubomoa,
wananchi tuungane, tuijenge Kenya.
hatutaki ufisadi kubomoa,
Wananchi tuungane, tuijenge Kenya.
hatutaki ukabila kubomoa,
Wananchi tuungane, tuijenge Kenya.
madaraka tunayo
Ni furaha, tuyatumie madaraka kuendeleza Kenya.
madaraka tunayo,
Ni furaha, tuyatumie madaraka kuendeleza Kenya.
taifa letu, makao yetu,
Ni furaha, tuyatumie madaraka kuendeleza Kenya.
tunajitolea kulinda Kenya,
Furaha, tuyatumie madaraka kuendeleza Kenya.
Mwamboko tucheze, isukuti tucheze, uhamula tucheze,
Tuyashangilie madaraka yetu.
mwamboko tucheze,
Isukuti tucheze, uhamla tucheze. Tuyashangilie madaraka yetu.
madaraka tunayo,
Ni furaha, tuyatumie madaraka kuendeleza Kenya.
madaraka tunayo,
Ni furaha, tuyatumie madaraka kuendeleza Kenya.
madaraka tunayo,
Ni furaha, tuyatumie madaraka kuendeleza Kenya. Kuendeleza Kenya.
Thank you. Can you follow?
Lakini sauti ya pili bwana.
No, I
Sauti ya
can't.
pili. Okay, sawa.
Okay. Bombizi bora wa mamba ambao vangu nayanza,
Bombizi bora wa mama. Aba bangu nayanza. Zibora wa mama nayanza. Aba bangu nayanza. Zibora wa mama nayanza. Aba bangu nayanza.
bombizi bora wa mamba ambao vangu
May we all be upstanding for the national anthem. Choir leaders. May we remain upstanding for prayers. Miss Estarina Kageni, can you pray for us?
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, Almighty God, we thank you this morning. We entrust ourselves into your hands, and this conference that we are about to begin, we pray that your presence shall be with us as we deliberate, as we discuss, and as we come to the conclusions. We pray that your presence shall be with us. All this we pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. We may have our seats. The chief guest, the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Felix Koskei. The Chairperson, Ethics and Corruption Commission, Dr. David Oginda. The Chairperson, Public Service Commission, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri. The Commissioners of Ethics and Corruption Commission. The CEO of Ethics and Corruption Commission, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud. The Director General and the Council Secretary, Kenya National Qualification Authority, Dr. Alice Kande. The CEO of Public Service Commission, Mr. Paul Bamba. The Chairperson, County Public Service Board, National Consultative Forum, Dr. Cecilia Ngetich. The Executive Director, Institute of Human Resource Management, Quresh Abdullahi. Chief Executive Officers of various state and non-state organizations, our development partners, esteemed members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to today's ethics conference organized by the Ethics and Corruption Commission in collaboration with all the stakeholders who are represented here. We take this opportunity to thank you for honoring our invite. The theme of today's conference is enhancing the integrity of academic and professional qualifications in Kenya. This conference will be delivered in two forms. We will have the official opening ceremony, where we will have keynote speakers. Then after that, we will have panel discussions on different thematic areas. With that, without taking much time, my name is Jackson Moore. I'm the moderator for this session. I'm the Director of Field Services and Coordination, EACC. Allow me at this juncture to invite the Secretary Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Corruption Commission, Mr. Abdi Mahmood, to continue with the program. Welcome, sir.
So, thank you, Bwana Mue. Our chief guest, Mr. Felix Kosgei, the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, the Chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Dr. David Oginde, the Chairperson, Public Service Commission, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, the Commissioners of EACC present, Heads of Constitutional Commissions and Independent Officers present, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, so mine is basically to welcome you to this conference today and to thank you sincerely for finding time to join us to deliberate on a very important issue that concerns our country. So as I proceed, I just wanted to make one or two comments. The first one being just a small brief on the work of the Commission in terms of the current activities that are ongoing in our country. First, let me point out that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is a constitutional commission which is independent and operates within the confines of the law, the Constitution of Kenya, and other enabling legislations. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission does its work according to the law and in line with the policies that are set under the law. We have two layers of governance at the Commission. The first one, of course, is the commissioners, headed by a chairperson that deals with policy matters and strategic issues. And second layer is the management or the secretariat that deals with the day-to-day operations of the Commission. Now, during the work that we do, at times most of our work involves the law enforcement bit of it. And give me just about 2 minutes just to comment on what we do and how we do our work when it comes to law enforcement, because I think it's very important for us to understand. When we find or get information on a matter that we are investigating, what we usually do is to get what we call search warrants from the court, orders to search places to get evidence that we think are in those premises. In that process, we at times are confronted with situations which are not very friendly and very good. And I want people to understand, the public to understand, that the Commission is only guided by the law and operate within the law. So when we find ourselves in situations where we are doing our work as a Commission under the law, using a court order, and we are confronted by situations where the same people who had complained that the public funds are being stolen are the same ones who feel that probably the Commission is going overboard, I think that is a notion that Kenyans need to get away from. The Commission is not driven by any political agenda. What basically happens is just to follow the evidence. And what we are seeing is a situation where, as long as it doesn't concern you as a person or it doesn't concern someone close to you, corruption should be investigated. But when it concerns you as a person or a person close to you, corruption should not be investigated. And anybody who wants to investigate that corruption or those allegations is being driven by either political connotations or by other forces. I think that is the wrong thing to do. And I just wanted us to be very clear that we just follow the law and we do our job within the law. So, and I want just to encourage our leaders just to understand the way we work, and that it is important for us to get the support that we need because we are operating within the law. The second issue which I just want to mention is on the subject matter today, where since 2022, the Commission received and has taken up for investigations a total of 549 reports of forgery of academic and professional certificates. Out of this, 134 investigation files have been completed, with 85 files being forwarded to the Director of Public Prosecutions. And 33 are pending in court currently as we sit here. 20 cases have been concluded in court, resulting in 13 convictions and 7 acquittals. Apart from the prosecutions or administrative action taken against the suspects by the entities, the Commission has also prioritized the recovery of salary of any other benefit derived on the basis of employment acquired through fake certificates. And for your information, for the few cases that we've investigated, the amount of money we are looking at to recover currently is in the upward of 460 million Kenya shillings. Salaries that were earned by people illegally, people who used fake certificates to acquire employment, and these are public officers. And now that tells you the magnitude of the problem. The problem is not, something which is ordinary. So despite these gains and achievements in the law enforcement, time has come when more needs to be done. We cannot just be reactive. The gravity of this matter has necessitated the need for serious multi-sectoral reflection, solution seeking, and synergy building to arrest the vice. So, because this is going to be a long discussion and solutions are expected to come out of these discussions, let me stop there and now take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Ambassador Mushiri, to come and address us. And so Engineer Mushiri was telling me the other day that me and him, we go to the same barber shop because he sort of, keeps beards like mine. So, welcome, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you, CEO. I'm not an engineer, so that's a fake one this morning. The Chief of Staff, Head of Public Service, Felix Koskei, the Chair of the EACC, David Oginde, and the top leadership of EACC, and all distinguished guests and participants here this morning. A very good morning. Good morning once again. I know it's not the right time to be happy when we are discussing something as grave as this. Talking about, I didn't know we were ever going to get to this point of having a gathering, an important gathering such as this, to talk about certificates. But we are here today and we have to talk about this topical issue. I'm not going to take long here because we have a full day, but I'll just give a short preamble and then the scope, and then just a short epilogue of this subject that we are having here. But it marks a good opportunity for us to reflect on the issue today. And the first question we should ask ourselves is, how did we get here? And before I answer or attempt to answer that question, let me be clear that no amount of careful planning can assure a government of continuous relevance and effectiveness if there is insufficient institutional capacity for learning, innovation, and change in the face of ever-new challenges in a volatile and unpredictable global environment. To achieve this, the country needs a critical mass of educated people. However, and this is very relevant to us, expanding our education sector, as we have done in the last 2.5 decades, or 3 decades, ought to have been undertaken within a manpower planning framework, where manpower requirements have an economy that forecasted and educational intakes for each level adjusted accordingly. The partial dissemination of our polytechnics and vocational institutions did not help, as the country was left with an educational system that is currently producing many graduates who are unable to find jobs, as the integration of the academic and vocational tracks that hitherto had students leaving the school system with skills to secure employment no longer exists. So that is what we have, an educated mass and a youth bulge, and no jobs. So my short preamble brings me now to our focus today and the scope. Academic and professional qualifications are not just mere certificates. They are the epitome of a just, intelligent, and sober society governed by the rule of law. Their integrity, therefore, is a prerequisite for a competent and ethical national workforce. Yet in recent years, the integrity of certificates issued by our institutions of higher learning has come under threat by widespread cases of forgery and fraudulent acquisition of academic certificates by individuals seeking entry or advancement within the public service, and increasingly also in the private sector. Now, how did we get to start this exercise? I will tell you. When I took over the mantle of the Public Service Commission in 2022, January, within a span of 7 months, I did sit in quite a number of interviews. And what I realized is we had many interviewees coming before me with papers all the way up to PhD level. But what was coming out of the brain of the interviewee and the mouth was completely different from the papers that I was looking at. Completely different. And I realized we had a problem. Now, unfortunately, some of these papers are genuine. Some are forged, some are fraudulent, some are tampered with, some are genuine all the way to PhD. But the brain, unfortunately, is not genuine. And it will tell you. And it told us a lot. And that's why in October of that year, 2022, we decided to undertake this exercise to authenticate these certificates. And this brings me also to the institution of higher learnings. People are holding your papers, which are genuine. But the brains are not genuine. And people are holding papers which are genuine, which are tampered with. And there are some which are completely forged. Unfortunately, and this is an omission by the Commission, we took a span of 10 years from 2022 going backwards up to 2012. And out of about 53,000 certificates verified by different learning institutions, over 2,500 continuously, we are heading to 3,000, have been found to be forged. And I'm not talking about the genuine ones. How we are going to deal with the genuine ones, that's another story. This compelled me and the Commission to relook at the exercise, and 2 weeks ago, I did issue another circular to ensure that everybody working in the public service, every certificate they hold, whether diploma, whether primary, whether Form 4, whether degree, whether master's, whether PhD, should be authenticated. As public service. I'm not talking about devolved government. It's not under my jurisdiction. I'm not talking about other constitutional commissions, and we have the private sector. I think the speakers after me will talk about the other sectors that we don't have jurisdiction over. And I believe the CEO of the EACC has just said they are recovering some money and they have taken some people to court. But what I don't understand is how somebody can be acquitted with a fake certificate. I honestly don't understand. And I don't know whether the judiciary was invited to this gathering. You people tell me, how can you be acquitted and you're holding a fake certificate that has been confirmed as fake? And you have earned some money, taxpayers' money from that. It's unacceptable. And I believe, Chief of Staff, you talk to that this morning. Because if this is going to be a stakeholder effort, I think we might even have, and this I think goes to the EACC, we might have quite a number of judicial staff also holding these certificates. Ask me why. Because we have doctors and health personnel holding this stuff, clinical officers. Why not judicial officers? Yeah. The rot is all the way, everywhere. And this taints our institutions and our image among the community of nations, globally. Such that if you're going with a certificate to do a master's abroad or to do your undergraduate, you are looked at twice if you're coming from this region, from Kenya. We can't allow that to happen. So, the implication of fake certificates and the fraudulently acquired qualifications have far-reaching effects within our society. And of course, the fight against corruption can never be won if you have these people holding these certificates. Because you already have a corrupt person who's got in corruptly. Whatever you do, you can't win this fight. And that's the crisis we are facing today. These people also do occupy positions of great responsibility. And we also have to talk to it today. Because this is a symptom of a deeper culture and societal malaise. A considerable percentage of our people celebrate shortcuts and habitually disregard ethical boundaries in pursuit of success. Our people now glorify fraud, and our traditional moral fabric is increasingly getting eroded. So what must be done? This is my take. We may enforce the law to the letter, bring the culprits to book, and even incarcerate them. We might also undertake systemic reforms, such as the digitization of academic certificates, verification of certificates before appointment, and other mundane exercises. But will it help? My answer is an emphatic no. The solution is to go back to our roots, our culture passed on by our forefathers, as well as our liberation heroes. Why do we go back to our roots? Because culture denotes certain group beliefs and values that are shared or held in common in a given community, such as ours, based on a history of shared experience. They encompass rules and structures made by a society and reflect the values and beliefs of its people and leaders. These beliefs are the scaffolds that as humans erect and drive our values and beliefs as we go to school, compete in exams, graduate, get employed in public service, and serve society in a just and humane manner. I personally consider these values and beliefs, which are ingrained in Article 10 and 232 of our Constitution, the cultural foundation of our society. And if articulated and understood implicitly, the citizens will understand and appreciate why governance choices are made the way they are. And that's what we should reflect about today. So in conclusion, as I conclude my remarks, other than the scope of the malaise that I've pointed out, and my preamble and my short epilogue, we have to have a deep reflection as the integrity of not only our education system, but the economy and country as a whole is at stake. We as stakeholders here this morning should work interactively and synergetically by thinking again on what is ailing our education system and thinking ahead to understand that the future will affect our country if we don't put in place policies that can help bring back the integrity of our education system as well as its certificates thereof. Only then, and only then, can we have good citizens and a country to be proud of. Thank you very much for listening to me. Well, a protocol. David, you're most welcome to deliver your remarks and also invite the chief guest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm to use this. All right. Our chief guest for this day, Mr. Kosgei, Head of Public Service. We are truly grateful to you for taking time to come and join us in this great gathering. And I want to appreciate each and every person who is here from different sectors who have come so that we can put our minds together in addressing this very serious matter. Indeed, is a very sad thing that we should gather today in such a place, leaving the work that we should be doing, because these are very, very important individuals that are here in this room today from different sectors of our society. And we have laid aside everything else we'll be doing because a few individuals in this country have chosen to take shortcuts. It is a very, very sad thing. But let me appreciate all of us who have come here this morning at our invitation from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to discuss the matter at hand. The theme of this conference underscores the challenge that we are facing as a society when we are faced with the falsification of our academic certificates and other professional qualifications. As has been pointed out by our chair, PSC, and I thank you for raising those issues, the problem of academic fraud may seem small and domestic. I remember one time I was in Kisumu, and we were speaking to the media when we were just embarking on this whole thing about identifying those people who may have used wrong documents to gain employment in government. And when I mentioned at that time that we are going to go for these people, and if they are found culpable, they will not only be punished according to the law, but we will also seek to recover all the salary that they have earned in the period that they have served under those fake certificates. My phone was inundated by so many people who are asking, why should you take the money from them? They served the government, and you used their resources and their energies. The fact is that they built their houses on sinking sand. The foundation was wrong, and in all probability, they gave us substandard service. How would you like? It is true. If you went to a hospital, that is, and the doctor that you're going to see never saw the inside of medical school, but has a genuine certificate of being a doctor, and he chops off your head instead of your leg, will you be saying he is delivering good service? And that is happening in this country. So we are going to continue to fight this. But the reason that we called this meeting is because, as our CEO has pointed out, when we started in this process, we thought we were going to deal with a few people here and there. But we have come to the place where we realize that this is actually a pandemic. It is widespread across different sectors. And as ESCC, we only deal with those people in the public service. And if what we are seeing in the public service is anything to go by, it means that possibly a similar problem is also in the private sector. And so we are in a situation where within a very short while, we are not going to be getting value for our money in terms of the services that we receive, in terms of the quality of products that we buy, because they are being produced for us and given to us by men and women who are not genuinely qualified to do the work that they are doing. Kenya is renowned worldwide for the quality of its human capital. And Kenyans are a hot cake when it comes to getting people to serve in other countries, because we have consistently over the years produced very high quality academics, people who have gone through a rigorous system of study and proved themselves. And when they go even for further studies in other universities out there, Kenyans have been known to excel. If we don't deal with this issue, that reputation is going to disappear. It is at stake because of the rampant falsification of academic and professional certificates that continue to flood our various sectors. It will definitely have a very negative impact on the workforce that we put out in a very highly competitive environment. This problem stems from a wrong foundation that is laid very early in our primary schools. It is not a problem at the top. In this country, we have come to that place where exam cheating starts at the primary school level. That's why during exams we mobilize the armed forces, the police, all people in leaders in public sector to go and invigilate primary school exams, because our children are likely to cheat in the exams. When I was doing CPE in our time, our head teacher the previous day went to the district education office, collected the exam papers that we are going to do the following day, tied on his bicycle, and rode easily to school, locked them in a cupboard and went to sleep. The following morning we came and he would bring them out one by one, and we did the papers. He tied them again on his bicycle, took them to the divisional education office, and they were sent for marking. We never even thought that we could break into his office and get the exams. As he rode his bicycle some 6 kilometers, nobody thought of ambushing him on the way so that we could get those papers. Today, if that was to happen, he would not arrive at school with the papers. People would waylay him, they would pick the papers, prepare themselves, and I don't know what they will do the following day. That is a sad reality. So that seed is being planted right from primary school level in our children. It goes to secondary school, it goes into colleges, it goes into universities. I teach in a university, and I can tell you up to PhD level, people are giving us fake reports. Dissertations that have been copied and downloaded from the internet, and they want to pass their exams. It is a pandemic that we have to deal with. And so that's why we realize that this is not an EACC matter. We need to come together so that we can put our minds together on how to deal with this matter. Every sector represented here is important. Our chairman asked or wondered, how can a person be acquitted when they have a fake certificate? I'll give you a classic example. Not too long ago, I think it was last year, we arrested one of the senior people in this country for fake certificate. Brought this person to court, and the court acquitted them. On what grounds? That we took his statement in a hotel instead of taking the statement in our office. You know the person. They are around. It was in the news. So the issue was not whether he had a fake certificate or not. The issue is where we collected the evidence. And that's what we saw even yesterday that CEO referred to. Kenyans, we must be serious. This country can sink with us And whether you have a fake certificate or a genuine one, a true genuine one, whether you worked hard or not, if we do not take care of ourselves, the boat is going to sink with all of us. So let us not tolerate men and women, boys and girls, who have given themselves to shortcuts in whichever field. Let us be ruthless with them. Let's deal with them according to the law and ensure that our country is brought back to where it should be. Let us be proud to be Kenyans, because we are highly intellectual people, and I believe we are going to put back our nation on the right path so that you can eat from your sweat. I want to call upon us as we gather here today to be bold in making proposals and recommendations as we get to our discussions, because it's only through constructive dialogue that we'll be able to have a true reflection on the magnitude of the problem that is at hand. Let me now take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, the head of public service of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Felix Kosgei, to come and officially open for us this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman of Ethics and Anti-Corruption. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption fraternity, led by the chairperson, Dr. David Oginde, other chairpersons and commissioners of constitutional commissions present, led by Ambassador Mushiri, chief executive officers present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to join you this morning to reflect on a matter that touches the very foundation of our society. The theme of this conference prompted me to ask, have we as a nation declined to the point where even the integrity of academic and professional qualifications, arguably the bedrock of a functional society, is now so compromised by corruption that we now need a conference on it? It is in this context that this year's theme, Enhancing the Integrity of Academic and Professional Qualification in Kenya, emerges not merely as a topic for discussion, but as a timely and urgent call to action. This theme reminds us of the ground we must reclaim in confronting corruption and restoring public trust in institutions. For if the pathways to knowledge and professional excellence are contaminated, then the moral spine of the nation is grossly weakened. We must, therefore, recommit ourselves to build a republic where honor is earned, not forged, where credentials reflect competence, not convenience, and where integrity is not the exception, but the expectation. Ladies and gentlemen, as I prepared for this conference, I was reminded of the profound weight of the task before us. Resetting and deepening accountability across all spheres of governance, in line with the ongoing reform agenda of this administration. It is a mission of consequence, and precisely because of its transformative potential, it will attract significant resistance. Those who benefit from the current dysfunction will not yield easily. There will be pushback. There will be efforts to undermine progress, to cycle back to the comfort of the status quo. But if we are to make a real and lasting difference in this nation, we must press on with resolve and clarity of purpose. Last week, I held a governance session with all principal secretaries, chairpersons, board members, CEOs, company secretaries, and heads of internal audit across all state corporations. In that meeting, I read out the resolutions of the meeting and emphasized the following golden key of governance. One was governance and compliance, where I reminded all institutions that they must operate strictly within the law, the Constitution, the State Corporations Act, the Public Finance Management Act, the Public Procurement and Disposals Act, and all government circulars. I made it clear that non-compliance would attract sanctions. I urge CEOs to immediately hold sessions with their teams to review these laws. I also talked about procurement reforms. I also talked about retirement policy. I also talked about boards and management roles, where I clarified that the boards should focus on oversight and not interfere in daily operations. CEOs must run institutions without interference. I added that reports from the Inspector General for State Corporations must be acted upon without delay, and ignoring them would be treated as sabotage. I also talked about audit committees. I also talked about ongoing state corporations reforms. I also talked about gender and complaints handling. I also talked about resolving internal disputes within government. In summation, I call for improved performance, faster service delivery, and a public service guided by integrity and citizen-first approach. For when governance works, Kenya works. And yet a few days later, I woke up to a headline that read, "One-man guitar." Ladies and gentlemen, how can a reform effort involving more than 3,000 participants be dismissed as the work of one person? How can a national agenda grounded in law and driven by collective responsibility be reduced to a one-man show? Such framing trivializes the shared commitment of an entire public service. But why? Because changes often, at times, is greeted with pushback. I found place in both public and private institutions. Why do I say this? Because we continue to encounter alarming trends in the falsification of academic certificates. The most common types of forgery includes alterations of KCSE mean grades, forged KCSE certificates, where individuals who never sat the examination present fake documents for purposes of employment or appointment. Fake certificates where the issuing institutions outrightly disown the documents presented. Candidates who never registered with the institutions are alleged to have issued certificates. Certificate numbers that do not correspond to their late owners. Fabricated names where the name on the certificate differs from that of the actual certificate holder. Individuals who never sat the examination in question and were not listed as candidates, and altered degrees classifications, for example, converting a second-class lower division to a second-class upper division or pass to second class lower. Even they can dare and even upgrade their degree from pass to first class. And on top of it, they can award themselves a fictitious master's and PhD. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, that is the elephant in the room today. I am therefore confident that this conference will not only provoke rigorous discussion, but will also yield concrete recommendations for multi-sectoral action, because lasting solutions require the commitment and participation of all stakeholders, whether in government, academia, regulatory agencies, or the private sector. One of our biggest and most important roles as government is providing a world-class education for our children, an education that will train them to be thinkers and problem solvers, an education that will ensure that they have the skills and knowledge to navigate the ever-changing global work and business environment, an education that will enable them to be change makers wherever they are, an education that will help them to be responsible and patriotic citizens. Nelson Mandela once said, "The power of education extends beyond the development of skills we need for economic success. It can contribute to nation building and reconciliation." As such, falsification of academic and professional certificates stands in the way of our nation building aspirations because it leads to unqualified and often uneducated people holding important positions across our public and private sector. These people are completely unable to steer our nation to the greatness that we aspire to. Additionally, having these people in our workforce negatively impacts the morale of Kenyans who earn their academic qualifications through hard work and honesty. It makes our populace question the integrity of both our public and private sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the institutional response to this menace, I am informed that the Public Service Commission issued a directive requiring all public institutions to authenticate the academic and professional certificates of their staff. According to the report on the validation of academic and professional certificate in the public service issued by the Commission in February 2024, preliminary findings paint a deeply concerning picture. Out of 53,000 cases referred to the Kenya National Examination Council by 91 public institutions, 1,280 certificates were confirmed as forgeries. This verification exercise was still ongoing at the time of reporting. Just imagine 1,280 certificates were confirmed as forgeries. These are likely to belong to CEOs, chairmen of parastatals, board members, policemen, investigators across institutions. And just imagine the product of these fake fellows. They will drive the country in the opposite direction. Not because they want, but because of their limited knowledge and expertise. Separately, in 195 MDAs, including universities and other tertiary institutions, 29,000 officers underwent certificate authentication. Shockingly, 787 officers were found to have secured appointments, promotions, or redesignation through fraudulent documents. 787 officers. The findings further indicate that forgeries span all levels of the education system: secondary schools, TVETs, and universities, both local and foreign. This is not a marginal problem. It is a systemic one. Further, data from 2023-2024 Values Report on Certificate Authentication reveals 358 institutions reported conducting authentication exercises for 168,000 officers. Out of these, 859 officers were found with fake academic certificates, while 24,000 were not authenticated at all. A further 160 officers were found with fake professional certificates. State corporations and semi-autonomous government agencies are the highest number of reported forgeries, about 70%, followed by public universities with 116 cases. Only 49 institutions reported having forwarded the names of implicated officers to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and the Public Service Commission. Yet, 43 institutions could provide actual evidence or having done so. Alarmingly, 4 institutions submitted lists of implicated officers that did not match the number of confirmed forgeries within their organization. So we can go on, and simply put, it paints a very, very dark space. That the people that our citizens have delegated power to run the affairs of the country are incompetent, they are fake, and they are still making decisions. And they are shooting in the dark because they don't understand, they don't know what it is. And that is why when you go across institutions of government, you get very incompetent people. Decision making is wanting. People don't take command, they don't take charge of the institutions because they are inadequate and they know. And you can't hide that. You get somebody closing himself in the office, he does not want to see anybody, he does not want even to attend meetings because he cannot even sustain a conversation because perhaps he is a standard before and is holding as a highest official. He does not understand anything. So what I want to say is that the ACC is doing a good job because calling all of us, because when you see a call for a discussion, a call for a conversation, then you need to acknowledge that it is a crisis. And it also calls us to ask ourselves, where are the employers when these things are happening? Are these people who have fake certificates relatives of these people, of the employers? How are they not, ensuring that whoever comes in has proper papers? So I want to encourage Public Service Commission, EACC, and all employers, EACC and Public Service Commission, to push this responsibility to the employers themselves. They have to authenticate the papers before they onboard anybody, so that we don't waste a lot of government funds chasing around these people. We don't also expose the public to very dangerous people in offices. We are calling upon each and every employer across government, both public and also private sector, to ensure that they authenticate before they onboard anybody. It may take longer, slightly longer, but it is fine. It is better to take a longer time recruiting somebody and get the right one. And also it will help us if you come across a fake certificate presented, that person should be presented to the police for action to be taken. It is important too that the people who bring these people on board take responsibility too. Out of all these, EACC has confirmed that it has initiated investigation into officers found to have gained employment using forged documents. A majority of institutions have taken steps to authenticate certificates, but the status of verification for most officers remains unclear. They go also around and compromise even those who have employed them. So you realize that even if AACC puts their foot forward, trying to do investigation, sometimes the management of institutions that are targeted are very reluctant to share information. The institutions that are supposed to cooperate with EACC in hastening the process of the authentication also are reluctant to do it, and therefore government spends too much money in trying to ensure that the certificates are genuine or not. So it also drives us back to what I said, that let us deal with it at the gate of entry. While we strive to eradicate the falsification of academic and professional documents, we must also acknowledge with concern several emerging challenges in the verification process itself. The first one is many academic and professional qualification records remain undigitized, complicating efforts to verify credentials efficiently. So we need to hasten the process of digitization so that it becomes easier. We only use a search engine, and within the shortest time we get to verify the documents that we have in. Secondly, there are significant delays in receiving responses from issuing institutions when verifications requests are made. Commission of University Education, Kenya National Examination Council, and those other institutions around authentication, they need again to work very closely with EACC and respond as fast as they can. There is also the cost of verification, coupled with the lack of dedicated budget allocations, which has hindered some institutions from completing the authentication process. And we need to ask ourselves, is it really necessary? Do we make verification process to be an A item in your institution? Do we have to charge to confirm? Do we really have to confirm, need to pay? It's a question that we are throwing back to NEC, Minister of Education, as the ministry in charge of academics in the country. Must we pay NEC to verify? Must EACC pay? Must we pay all this? Can we have some understanding where, when investigation are being done, when verification is done, it is done in a manner that is efficient, that exhibits a whole of government approach, so that we don't frustrate institutions that are mandated to do their job by demanding too much money. I understand it costs about 10,000 shillings, a lot of money for one to go and verify. We can charge private individuals when they are called to perhaps confirm their certificates or certify. But EACC, Public Service Commission, and ministries, government agencies, I don't think it is right. We need to have a conversation on that so that we make it easier for verification to be done. It is also often difficult to establish contact with certain foreign institutions where some public officers obtain their qualifications. I think, again, the ministry responsible, the State Department responsible, the regulator responsible should also make it efficient, find a way of interconnectedness with institutions across the world so that it becomes easier to get a feedback when it is required. There is also have been instances where officers implicated in certificate fraud have resigned or opted for a retirement before disciplinary measures could be enforced. And you have heard, the agencies have to go for that person. Even if you resign, the person should be pursued, because this is one character that may have created more damage than good in the institution. So we need, again, also judiciary to also help us in ensuring that such characters are also pursued. I know there was some judgment which says that if somebody resigns, you don't have any jurisdiction to pursue him once he's out of your jurisdiction. I think those are the things that we need to have a conversation, because one will resign here, disappear, go and manufacture another certificate and go and work elsewhere. When he's almost caught, he resigns. and like that. And it will make nonsense of what we are doing. So as vanguards of public trust, we fully appreciate the critical role that genuine education and professional qualification play in advancing our national development agenda. Accordingly, it is requested that all public institutions must complete the authentication, academic and professional certificates for their entire staff, and possibly let us be having timelines. Like Public Service Commission, you need to push state departments and agencies to have some timeline so that we always have a target to reach. Other than if it is left open, those people who have brought their relatives in droves will hide them. They will never. But if we push them and give them deadline, for sure, we shall catch them. So let us have strict deadlines of returns of the entire complement of the staff of the institution, so that other things can go on thereafter. And also, the authentication process must be institutionalized. Let us not issue appointment letters, whether for entry or promotion, without prior verification of credentials. Let us do it. Let us become a condition precedent that before you are given a letter of appointment, let us authenticate your certificate. Pass the test first. Also, institutions must also verify certificates for all serving officers retrospectively from the date they joined the service. Let us not say from those who came this year going forward or something. Let us do this exercise, give ourselves a period of time. We do from the lowest to the highest. Up to my office, even myself, I have to present. Yeah, I have to, because we need each and everybody to respect the law and to be above board. Otherwise, I commend the decisive intervention of the Service Commission, which required all public entities to authenticate the qualification of their officers. However, this problem extends beyond the public sector. The numerous investigations and prosecutions currently underway show that this crisis spans all sectors of our society. And we are asking Federation of Kenya Employers, all private sector players, to please close ranks with government and let us eliminate forged documents in our system. Because without all of us being in this, still these fake papers will still have a market. They will still have where to be presented to. But if the private sector and the government and reviews all the certificates that their employees are presented, we may eliminate. It is possible that we can eliminate, because there will be nowhere that they will just go and present papers that are forged. So, ladies and gentlemen, the urgency of addressing this issue cannot be overstated. We must eradicate these vices in all its forms and from every angle. While law enforcement agencies have made progress in investigating forgery, prosecuting offenders and recovering public resources lost to fraudulent qualifications, a more collaborative effort among all stakeholders is essential. This conference marks a significant step toward a multi-sectoral, multi-agency approach to combating these menace. Its objectives is to bring key players together to confront academic dishonesty and forgery. During this conference, you will discuss the root causes, review progress in detection and prosecution, and deliberate on the roles different stakeholders must play. While these conversations are vital, I look forward especially to your practical solutions to prevent and combat the spread of fake certificates. Academic dishonesty and falsified certificates are symptoms of a deeper crisis, a lack of integrity. As we address this challenge, we must commit to restoring integrity at the core of all our national efforts. Without integrity, meaningful growth and development remain out of reach. I want to add and say that the entire citizenry of Kenya are yearning for development, are putting government under a lot of pressure for transformation. But you see, transformation, heightened development cannot come if we are not disciplined. If we are not even ready to play by the rule of law, basic things, we cannot. So first of all, let us be disciplined in what we are doing. Let us submit proper papers. Let us obey the law. Let us obey the traffic rules. Let us follow the tenets of the public service regulations. And the country will be disciplined. And when discipline kicks in, now people will sit down and plan and focus. Discipline in handling human and financial resources, discipline in handling assets of government, discipline in, even coming up projections and planning the economic space of the country. Discipline is key. Discipline is the foundation of everything. So let us be disciplined across. There is one writer who said integrity is choosing courage over comfort, choosing what is right over what is fun, fast or easy, and choosing to practice our values rather than simply professing them. Our words during this conference must not be mere rhetoric. We must embody these values and act decisively on the solutions we developed. Therefore, I call on all constitutional commissions and government agencies handling this menace to take a firm and unwavering stance, fully in line with the law, to root out this cancer undermining our nation. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has teeth to bite. Look no further. I urge the EACC and all relevant agencies to bite hard, because education is the foundation of any workforce, and workers are a critical factor of production in society. Honor must be earned, not fabricated. If it means dismissing those employed through fraudulent credentials, let us do so boldly and without hesitation. If it means prosecuting offenders, let us proceed without fear. If it means protecting our institutions from dishonest individuals seeking undeserved employment, let us act decisively for the millions of Kenyans who have honestly earned their qualifications. Moreover, our institution must make authentication easier and more accessible. All universities should establish centralized repositories with a Commission for University Education, enabling all queries on academic qualification to be done via a single streamlined search engine. Similarly, the Kenya National Examination Council must review and reduce their fees or just eliminate it completely for verification requests to make the compliance process user-friendly and affordable. This issue goes to the very heart of our nation's integrity. Let everyone do their part. In conclusion, I want to reaffirm the full support of the executive branch of government and all relevant agencies in implementing these conferences and recommendations. As I conclude, I want to add and say that as we are carrying out this exercise, we need also to be very vigilant, because currently disinformation, misinformation is ruling the air. people can bastardize even genuine certificates for some people because of some reasons that that has come to play. The kind of misinformation, the kind of media twisting of matters that are serious needs to be re-examined. And we are requesting also for the state to stick to the truth and facts, because falsehood flies fast. People people's careers, people's integrity can be destroyed because majority of us, even in this room, have no capability of countering effectively and adequately well what the social media and the propaganda fellows will do. It's impossible. Let us be responsible citizens across. There are certain critical issues that need not be joked around with. We've seen several social media and even print media where they just come out and boldly, and yet it is a lie that they are propagating. They go dig details of citizens or officers of government, get the facts, but they twist, either for their papers to sell or for them to get more followers. And by so doing, destroying completely the trust, the confidence that people have in our respective offices or our respective professions. So I ask all of us also, as we are doing what we are doing, as we are discussing this issue, we need also to ask ourselves, how do we protect those who are wrongly accused, whose misinformation and disinformation has flooded the environment to the extent now that they can't even undo whatever these criminals have done. So I want to urge all of us to be vigilant. It is, for example, as I stand here, I'm a student also of the University of Nairobi doing a very interesting course. I am doing a master's degree in entomology. I know most of you know agricultural entomology. So, a master's degree, my passion is in science. I'm a scientist. And I have risen through the ranks, done all the public administration courses, MBA and the rest, but I'm preparing for retirement. So I said, since I'm an introvert, I don't mix with many people, I don't go to hotels, what will I do when I retire? I have to go back to the lab to talk to my insects, to analyze them, to sequence their genomes, to identify, to profile, and also to inform the economic decision makers on what they are expecting in future. And therefore, so the other day I was hearing that some fake fellows are going to dig to say whether I have hired people to work for me. And I pended this research of mine because I was busy for 20 years, and I've gone back to do it. I've been everywhere. I've been in Naivasha, my research station. I've been in Muranga. I've been planning Midnight Oil. And just imagine, people are going around saying, oh, I've hired some people to do. They don't even know what is the dragon fruit. They don't know even the definition of the term phenology. They don't know. They don't know resource partitioning. You get what I mean? So let us also not be so fake, looking for fake certificates. Using fake means to look for Yeah. So, so I want to really thank all of us here for coming. Let us have a conversation that will end up having actionable resolutions. And I'm happy that the Public Service Commission chair is here. Is actually trying to transform the place. The place is huge, complex, but it's up to the task. We are happy that we are seeing the engine is rolling, and we are also happy that EACC is stepping up, is supporting, and carrying out their mandate. And as we were sitting, having some briefing, I was asking myself, do we really know what we want as Kenyans? Because when EACC steps out and moves in, people say, oh, they switch. And when they retreat to their offices and try to, first of all, understand, get to know by investigating, getting documents for 3-4 months, then people say, EACC is dead. So what do we want as a country? When Public Service Commission unravels, checks all the certificates, and then they say they are now targeting a tribe. So what do we want? I think let us be serious and allow institutions to function and carry out their jobs. We want also other independent offices, Auditor General's office, which they are doing a good job, to continue without being intimidated by anybody. The COB should also move in and continue making sure that the money that is dispersed to counties are used properly. We want also NCIC to do their job. We want also GEC to do their job. We want also CAJ to do their job. EACC to do its job. And all the commissions and independent offices and also offices of government. We have to make this country work. We have to fix it. And we cannot wait for anybody else. It is our time to fix this thing. And it's a time to make it work. It is me and you now, which has been given this privilege to do it. So I sincerely thank the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for convening this vital gathering and all participants for engaging in this critical national dialogue. Let us rise from this conference with a singular resolve to take the nation closer to the reset of national ethos and to make fake certificates a relic of the past and restore integrity to the heart of our republic. With these remarks, it is my honor to declare this conference officially open. I wish you productive deliberations as we unite to eliminate fake certificates and all fake things from our own nation. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless Kenya. Thank you.
I invite all of us to applaud the chief guest for those remarks. I too want us to applaud the two chairs who have spoken at the CEO EACC. At this juncture, chief guest, the EACC is requesting for a photo opportunity with you, and I will be requesting the team from the hotel to move this podium slightly because we will do the photo from this stage. The first photo we will do it up here. So we can just put it on one side. Then I will be requesting our chief guest, accompanied by the Chair EACC, the Chair Public Service Commission, the CEO EACC, the commissioners of EACC, the Vice Chair, Dr. Muiru, Commissioner Mshimba, and Dr. Utuku, you join in the first photograph. Please. Media team, you let me know when you are done with that photograph. We will have a second photo. The same team remains, but I will invite the directors of EACC who work with the CEO to join in that photograph.
All right, and the final group we would like to take a photo of with is all the speakers who have been lined up to speak with us today in the program. All the speakers will be making their speeches today and also contributing to our conference today. Please come. I know the platform is quite full. The others can come to the front. Yes. All the speakers, all the contributors today, all our panelists as well. Some of you can come to the front. You don't have to go to the platform. Thank you. Asante. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Guest, and all the distinguished guests. At this point, I want to make an announcement that we will be proceeding for tea. And as we proceed for tea, we will have a short media briefing at this stage. And the team which is participating in the media briefing, they are already aware. We will have the chief guest and the EACC CEO commissioners are the ones who will join in for the media briefing here. So there will be some slight setup. Otherwise, I invite all of us to proceed for our tea as that media briefing takes place in this room. We are proposing that we start in the next 15 minutes. At 12 o'clock, we return to start our first panel discussion. Thank you.
Sawa. Bring the mic.
Bishop.
Yes.
What is that?
I think that they write down that. So,
you know, when people get used to false faith, they never say that somebody else can do this right thing.
Yeah.
Even corruption. Even if you do something, you must have done something. Because they don't believe that Mike work this society. It's a very bad culture.
Kila mtu mic kwa sawa. All our mics are good.
So, muulize maswali.
Ngoja kidogo.
Okay, my name is Abdiaziz Hashim from KBC. The CEO had addressed a little bit of that issue of what we witnessed in Kitale, but I want the voice of the head of public service on it, because you see there is a section of political class who are accusing the government of having a hand in the arrest of the Trans Nzoia governor. So what do you have to say about that? Also going back to the CEO, there is another section that have accused the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, of dramatizing such arrests. What do you have to say?
I'm Steve Otieno, Daily Nation. You actually acknowledge that the fight against this thing will likely push back. You highlighted that some institutions fail to give information at the right time. Perhaps, how differently are we going to handle it going forward with you being the head of public service?
Muulize yote.
Sir, I think we can go with those.
Okay, thank you very much, members of the state. Today we are here and we are excited to have a conversation with all the stakeholders on area of trying to enhance the integrity of our certificates, academic certificates, both academic and professional, because it is the very foundation of a nation to have genuine, competent servants that understands what they are supposed to be doing, interprets that needs to be rolled out, and also ensuring that the conversation of stretching the minds to accommodate whatever will be useful to the country is done. So it requires capacity, and it requires people who really they went through training and really acquired certificates, whether academic or professional. And that's why we are very, very, very excited to be here today, so that all the stakeholders coming together will come up with a roadmap that will ensure that going forward we will not again find ourselves where we are. And that is why we've said that let us have a conversation, let us agree that the institutions that are responsible for ensuring that the certificates are authentic, let them be the first ones to check. Let us not allow people to come on board, work for several years, create damage, and salaries that they don't deserve, and then thereafter we go for them. We need to ensure that let us control the entry, so that, and what we call entry behavior, we have to control the entry so that we don't spend public funds on things that we could prevent. On Kitale, the whole issue is under investigation. I'm not going to comment until we get to know exactly what happened. Issues on doing differently is what we have said. One is that we want to push the whole responsibility to the employer. When he's just putting the conditionalities that the candidate feels, they need to disclose and say, we shall verify, we shall authenticate your certificates, so that it will deter even those who have those certificates. Secondly, we want also to have a conversation, and I hope at the end of the day, we have to agree on how we shall handle the issues of verification. Do we really need agencies of government to pay to get to know whether the certificate is fake or not? That is a conversation that we are leaving to the stakeholders here. Do the current architecture of storing and keeping these certificates in the right, is it in the right manner? Is it current? And that's why we say we need to digitize. We need to digitization to continue, so that we can use such engines to get these things. And we need to have a repository. Like universities, we are encouraging all universities to agree with the Commission of University Education, so that they can have a central repository of all these information, so that it will be very easy for EACC, for Public Service Commission, for Federation of Kenya Employers, because we are encouraging also private sector to come in, so that it will be easy. You don't use a lot of money. It becomes efficient, effective. You click in with credentials that you have been given, and you get what you want. That is what we are saying. Thirdly, we want to encourage the entire country not to thrive in shortcuts, not to embrace falsehoods and conmanship. Let us stick to the lane of the truth. Let us agree. If we are not able, or you are not able to get a particular qualification, just work hard to get it. Somehow you'll get it. Government has even established avenues, pathways of one to get these certificates eventually. It may take longer, but you'll reach there. If you don't qualify to go to university, don't go and manufacture your certificate. Just go to TVET, study, get high diploma, go to university. You'll get your degree eventually. So let us be true to the tenets of accountability and integrity, as I said. So otherwise, I think.
One final question.
Yes.
Daktari, tafadhali mimi naitwa Vincent Afande kwa niaba ya Radio Citizen. Ningependa kukuuliza swali na ujibu kwa Kiswahili. Awali ukihutubia umma umegusia kwamba kuna taasisi fulani ndani ya serikali ambapo uchunguzi wenu unaashiria kwamba wengi wana certificate zile fake. Pengine unaweza kutupea hizo takwimu kwa Kiswahili tafadhali?
Nimesema hiyo leo. Nataka kusema hivi. Nilisema kwamba Public Service Commission wamefanya investigation wamejaribu kuchunguza ili wajue hizi certificates zote kwa institutions tofauti kama iko sawa au hapana, na wamepata institutions hao mingi yote hii, many institutions imepatikana kwamba huwezi kosa 10, huwezi kosa 100, huwezi kosa 500 iko, na tunasema kwamba sasa inafaa sisi zote tuwe macho, tuangalie kwa makini, tukileta hawa au kama tunataka watu wakuje kufanya kazi, kama tunaandika tunaajiri watu, ni lazima tuhakikisha kwamba tumeangalia kwa makini hizi certificates, ili tusije tukalete watu wanafanya kazi alafu kesho yake tunapata walilete certificates ile hiyo sio ile sawa. Ndio nimesema kwamba Public Service Commission, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission wahakikisha kwamba tuendelee kuhimiza na kujaribu kuhakikisha kwamba watu wote Kenya hii, hata private sector, wafanye bidii kuhakikisha kwamba mtu yoyote yule ako na certificate iliyo sawa asiingie kazini. Anything else? Thank you.
So, thank you very much. I think you all know there is a case in court. Our response will be restrained so that we don't talk about matters that are already in court. But let me talk about what happened in Kitale. First, there was no arrest that we were doing in Kitale at all. What we were doing was basically in line with a court order that we obtained to look for evidence in those specific areas where we had gone. We were not going there to arrest anybody. And we were acting within the law. Now, what happened was very unfortunate because certain politicians incited youth who were there at that time. They attacked our officers. They destroyed public vehicles. In any case, those vehicles, as long as what you need to know is those are public properties. They are not, EACC uses those vehicles to do their work, but those vehicles were bought using taxpayers' money. So as you destroy those properties, just know you are destroying your own property. Now, that is against the law. The DCI and the EACC are currently conducting investigations to determine what actually happened on that very day, a very unfortunate incident, which we should discourage. Because if we don't allow law enforcement agencies to do their work, what will happen is anarchy. You need to understand that if you do not allow law enforcement agencies to do their work, what you are asking for is anarchy. Someone who has delivered, who has shown, a law enforcement officer who has shown a search warrant from a court should be given access to do a search. You do understand previously we went into certain premises where we got evidence that are useful for them for ongoing investigations. So it was very unfortunate, but this matter is under investigation. And of course, after the investigation, we expect those people who are responsible to face the law, because we should not entertain, we should not allow anarchy in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it. Is it? Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Itaharibika yote.
Alafu hii tuisongeze hapa. Kona kabisa. Yes, sir. Asante.
Nimeitafuta nimeshika.
Jera, kuna yenye anachukua. Hebu ongea na Jera hapo hapo. Jera, yaani sema ni stream hiyo. Hebu mwambie. Ako na simu yangu. Haiko hapa.
have been finalized with different outcomes. These are just statistics from the Commission. Other law enforcement bodies and public agencies, including the Director of Criminal Investigation, may have additional data that will help us to paint a clear picture of the magnitude of the problem in the public and private sector. As it has been stated by our chief guest in his address, this is a problem that no single institution can tackle alone. It requires all hands on deck. To help us conduct a situational analysis on falsification of academic and professional qualifications in Kenya is a panel of eminent leaders and experts drawn from the Kenya National Examination Council, the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and the Director of Criminal Investigation. Each of these institutions play a strategic role in the national effort to safeguard the authenticity of academic and professional qualifications, which include verification and oversight, investigation, and prosecution. Now, as I welcome the panelists to the podium, allow me to hand over the session to the moderator, Mr. Nimrod Tabu, to introduce the panelists and initiate the discussion.
Thank you.
Nimrod Tabu, karibu.
Asante. Makofi kwa Commissioner. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, nimeambiwa hii session tufungue roho. Si kwa utumishi wa alikuwa hapa. Nikasema tutafute suluhisho. Si ndio? Let us have a candid conversation. Honesty, si ndio? Ili tukitoka hapa tumewasaidia EACC, tumeisaidia Public Service Commission kupambana na hili zimwi. Sawa sawa. Right? So if need be we have to talk in mother tongue, sawa, mtaruhusu. Kiswahili, Kiingereza, best. Sawa sawa. Alright? But let's have a candid conversation and then discuss what is before us. Let me first call my first panelist, and in no particular order. She's the Director General and CEO of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Prior to her appointment as a CEO, she served as a Deputy Director in charge of Planning, Policy and Outreach at KNQA. She has also previously worked at the Commission for University Education as a Senior Researcher and has a wealth of experience in the education sector, having served as a founding head of business department and a lecturer at the Riara University. She taught at Moi University and Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Alice Kande, the Director General and Council Secretary of Kenya National Examination Authority. Keti mahali popote tu, Daktari.
All right.
Let me also invite the next panelist, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, having been admitted in 2009, currently an Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions and Anti-Corruption Division, Department of Economic Crimes, Organized and International Crimes. Previously, he has served as the head of County, Siaya and Wajir, ODPP. Prosecuted a wide range of cases including murder, sexual offenses, and also human trafficking. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Eliphas Ombati, the Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Then we also invite to the stage the Director, Ethics and Leadership of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. He has worked in the anti-corruption and governance field for over 25 years. He holds a Master's of Business Administration, Strategic Management, and a Bachelor of Commerce in Finance. He is a certified public accountant of the Kenya CPA and a certified fraud examiner. He is a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, also known as ISPAC, and also an Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE. Ladies and gentlemen, tumpigie makofi FCPA John Lompamwe, leadership at the EACC. Karibu sana. He has worked in different areas, including having been the Acting Deputy Inspector General of Kenya Police Service, the Principal Assistant to Inspector General, the Director Banking Fraud Investigations Unit, Head of Anti-Narcotics at the JKIA, worked at Anti-Corruption Agency 1999 to 2004. He's been a staffing officer and a personnel of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, and also has been the head of CID Laikipia County. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Abdallah Komesha, who is now the Senior Assistant Inspector General, Director Investigation Bureau, and Directorate of Criminal Investigation at the headquarters. Last but not least, let me invite to stage a wonderful guest. She has a Master's in Education from the University of Nairobi and has served NEC for 29 years. Hawa wanahusika katika kututungia mitihani ambayo tunafeli, mingine tunapita. Namwalika jukwani Bi Jen Nabiki Kashu, the Assistant Director, Quality Assurance and Archives, Kenya National Examinations Council. Karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, if I've done a little bit of disservice in the introduction, I'll give you an opportunity when I put in the questions to you to introduce yourself again briefly. But if I've done a good job, tuende moja kwa moja kwa majibu. Si ndio eh? Si ndio eh? Itaonyesha niko na qualifications pia. Nzuri. All right. So we've had the earlier speakers speaking about it's no longer an elephant in the room. We know what the menace is. We know what the problem is. But the question is, and I want to pose the first question to Dr. Alice. Chairman, Public Service Commission, how did we get here? Right? From your perspective, how did we get here and why?
Thank you so much, Nimron. Distinguished delegates, I am grateful, very honored to be part of this esteemed panel, to engage with yourselves on this very, very important conversation. It's so central to each and every one of us, because we all purport or otherwise say and are convinced that we have a credible qualification. Nimrod, you've done right, so I won't say so much about myself, but yes, as rightly said, I work for the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. We're glad to be here today because this speaks to exactly what we do each and every day. The Kenya National Qualifications Authority is an agency under the Ministry of Education that works with each and every institution or each and every sector that has a stake in a certificate emanating from a process of education and training. We are created through enactment of the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act of 2014, and KNQA came to provide harmony and standardization and to bring in a way that we would have coherence in the way we speak to credibility of our qualifications. The framework comprises of a number of sub-frameworks, and when I say sub-frameworks, it speaks to what we know as basic education right to university, what we know as TVET sub-framework, what we know as the industry training pathway, where we have the likes of National Industrial Training Authority. We have other players in the professional context. I'm glad to see IHRM here and other professional bodies. So any process that leads to issuance of a certificate, we needed as a country to have a body that solely would bring harmony to the process of education and training and ultimate issuance of a certificate. And so we are grateful because in answering these questions on how did we get here, because when I look back, as a country, we have always put education and training ahead for us, and we know how valuable it is to have human resources who have what it takes to work. And we're actually an envy of many countries, not just continentally, but also globally, as we speak. In implementation of the framework, the National Qualifications Framework, we are providing guidance, apparently, to our sister countries that are trying to have this kind of harmony that we're saying we have in our country. And so what we're saying is that when we have envisaged this country, even right before and after our independence, we've seen a number of reforms, a number of sessional papers, including even what brought KNQA on board, sessional paper number 12 of 2012. And thereafter, many other reforms that we have seen, including the reforms on CBET and CBC, trying to really see that we have a qualification that can hold water. But in spite of that, we also find that we are giving so much credence to paper. And in essence, we find ourselves in a situation where we're saying, as long as you can produce a paper, then an employer says that they would consider you for that. A university, a TVET institution, a professional body says, as long as you can produce a paper, then you can be considered. But I am glad that we are engaging here because we're saying, again, it's not about a paper. It is a systemic issue that speaks to even that candidate that we have been trained at the onset. I did say that the framework speaks to from the lowest level to the highest level. And so according to the framework, we're talking about credibility, all the levels. But when we find that we have compromised from the lowest level, and where we're saying that even at the lowest level of attaining a certificate, that we are assisting our young people to just say that they have a paper that reads A, but we are not so certain about the competence that we have, then therein begins the failure. And so right at the onset, what I would say, that it is actually a systemic issue. That as our chief guest and the previous speakers rightly put it, it needs candid conversation, but not just conversation, but action in our specific roles. And I want to appreciate that the regulatory framework is there. Like I said, for us where we work, very clear on how we work with the subsector regulators. Glad to see Commission for University Education here. Glad to see TVET authorities here. Glad to see even maybe the National Industrial Training Authority would also be joined in this conversation. Glad to see professional bodies here. So across board, that we would talk about credibility of the qualifications that we're issuing. And ultimately, when you talk about verification of those certificates, then we shall be able to really speak to credible qualifications. Thank you, Negro.
Thank you, Daktari. Let me come to Madam J. True story. As a parent, sometime I think beginning of this term, we had a problem in school. Kids who had done their KCPE had not performed quite well, KCSE. And so parents were, up and about in school, making noise to the principal and what have you. But the principal told us one thing, and there was a parent who came to school and asked, why can't you cheat like other schools? So the question is that where the problem is? When we're looking at this problem, it's cascading from up downwards, it's from downwards upwards. Is that what we're experiencing? Are we such a cheating society that we've actually normalized cheating right from school, where a parent can actually confidently ask the principal of the school, why can't you cheat like other schools?
Thank you, Ibrahim Tabu, the chair, EACC, the CEO, all protocol observed. Good morning, or is it afternoon? It's afternoon. My name is Jane Kashu, as you have been told. I've worked in the NEC for 29 years.
past February. So I'm an old hand in that organization. So maybe I can just start by giving a small preview of what NEC is all about. So NEC is an organization that was created by an act of Parliament in 1980, because before then we had the East African Examination Council, and when the defunct East African community broke, Kenya had to make its own examination body, which is NEC. And before East Africa, we used to deal with Cambridge, which was being run by our colonialist, the British Cambridge system. That's what we used to do. So since NEC was created by an act of Parliament, it is mandated to develop exams following the curriculum and the policies made by the Ministry of Education. And after that, they are supposed also to register the candidates who are supposed to sit for these examinations. And it is actually basically charged with dealing with the basic education and up to tertiary, where we also give TVET courses, that is business and technical exams. In the process of making these examinations, there are strict mechanisms on how the test papers are developed, and once they are developed in a very strict and confidential way, and NEC strives to ensure or ensures that these examination papers do not leak before the time of the examination. And when it comes to that, we are supported by the government. When it comes to storage, we engage the Ministry of Interior, we work together, and the storage facilities are situated at the sub-county or sub-county commissioners. That is where they are, and the storage facilities are manned by administrative police 24/7. So when we talk of that, and even during the distribution, it is NEC officers who are involved in escorting these vehicles to take these materials to those facilities, and they are also escorted or supported by our National Police Service. So when they take these materials there, they ensure they are intact, and the packing materials also have got security features, so that if they are tampered with, somebody can easily be able to tell. So once these materials are there, they are only opened the day of the examination. And come 2016, they used to be picked by supervisors, but come 2016, we had a lot of reforms led by the late Professor Magoha, and now the head teachers or the principals of the schools were tasked to go to the container, we call them the container, the storage facilities, which has a multi-opening level. One key is the DCC, and the other copy is the Sub-County Director of Education, to ensure none of them can access this area before the other one. And then now the teachers are given, the head teachers and the principals are given these materials in the morning, and they check. So once they go to the schools, we ensure also we have supervisors, we have invigilators, and we have security in the examination centers to ensure that malpractices are not happening. But when there are mechanisms to investigate and find if there was any malpractices, including collusion even inside the examination rooms, and once it is established beyond any doubt that a candidate was involved in malpractices, the results are cancelled. So to answer you, moderator, NEC does not condone, and the society also does not condone. And when you hear a conversation, for instance, where the parents are telling a principal to cheat so that the children can pass like the ones who are cheating, let us say when a candidate is caught cheating, NEC does not tolerate that. And even we have multiple layers, including the Ministry of Education, who sit in that panel that determines that these cases have been proven beyond any doubt that the candidates were involved in examination irregularities, and once it is established they are cancelled. So those who get their results are the ones who have gotten them in a deserved way, and that is what they have. So I think to that area, that's the much I can tell you.
Thank you so much, Madam Judge. Mr. Ombati, what are the forms of modus operandi that are prevalent in academic and professional qualifications fraud?
Thank you, Nimron. The chairman and CEO and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am a career prosecutor. And let me say, as a prosecutor, I want to quote the quote by the current Justice of the Supreme Court of the U.S., Justice Sonia Sotomayor. She served as a prosecutor in the Department of Justice of the United States. And she said one time that a prosecutor, as a prosecutor, my work is to ensure or is served when a guilty man is convicted and an innocent man is not. That is our work as prosecutors. Now, you know, I am one of those officers, perhaps that is the reason why I am here, who come through the files that come from EACC, word by word. My boss, the DPP, cannot do that. But I'm one of those officers who come through those documents, files, exhibits, word by word, and we generate a brief. And the things that we see in those files tells of a society that has gone to the dogs. That one I can tell you for sure. You know, let me tell you, currently we are having files that have people who are forged masters, degrees, certificates, diplomas, KCSE certificates, and some even masquerading as owners of certificates of their brothers and sisters. That is how rotten we've become as a society. Let me give you one example without even going deeper into the particulars. An institution has a person who has been working with them for a period of time. And this person, within a period of 2.5 years, presents a certificate, a diploma certificate, and a higher diploma certificate from the same institution. My question is, where have the HR people gone from our institutions? Aren't we supposed to do due diligence for sure? You know, in our institutions, and all of us can confirm here, that we have sometimes promoted people with papers and left competent people. We have over-glorified papers at the expense of competence. That is our problem. And as I finish, currently, as was explained by the CEO,
we have cases where prosecution is ongoing. We also have cases where we've referred for further investigations to be carried so that we can seal the gaps as we go to court. And we also have cases where we are exploring, all parties have requested for a plea bargain. They return the root, or the salaries they earned, the money they earned from the institution out of the fake forged certificates. In return, we don't take them through the full process of trial. Must we go through all this, really? Let me ask you and ask ourselves, must we go through all this when we have, actually, there is no government institution that does not have a full-fledged HR department. Must we spend money prosecuting people when we can avoid all this? I hope, Nimrod, I will have another opportunity to talk.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Asante sana. Let me move on to FCPA John Ongolol, who is also the Director Ethics and Leadership. As we all know, they say corruption fights, sometimes it fights so hard. This is a form of corruption. It's fraud. It's a criminal event that people participate in. I'd like you to share some statistics of cases, areas such as number of personnel affected, and what professions are we looking at mostly that have been affected by this vice or by this menace? Are we talking about CEOs? Are we talking about CFOs? Are we talking about judges? Are we talking about magistrates? And what have you? Please tell us. And then tell us, when it comes to fighting back, just how much of a hindrance is that to the war in this kind of fraud?
Thank you very much, Mr. Nimrod. First and foremost, let me, as part of the EACC team, welcome all of us to this conference and state the fact that as EACC, as we were investigating these cases, taking people to court, instituting recoveries, we came to a conclusion that this was a systemic problem and that just taking people to court, recovering, was just looking at the symptoms, and we needed to go to the root cause. And that is why we decided that we needed to have this conference. We bring it to the stakeholders, we bring it to the national level, and you can see with the presence of the head of public service, there is no other higher level, national level than that. Secondly, before I come to the other question, to my question, let me just share two insights on the first question you asked the first panelist about how we came here. And the two insights that I want to share, the first one is that I think for quite some time, we were only concentrating on putting safeguards against financial resources and public property. And it did not occur to us that people will become innovative, and therefore I think that is also what has led us to this issue of forged academic and professional certificates. As has been mentioned by the chief guest about the societal values, I think the way we've also gotten here is that many people have engaged in other quick wins of becoming rich through tenders and through other financial malpractices. And I think as a result of that innovation, then people also came to the realization that they can also fake academic certificates. There is no need to go and sit in a medical school for 7 years or to engineering class for 5 years when you can actually manufacture your own documents, get the qualifications, and even get registered by the Engineers Board of Kenya. We have such cases. Now, coming to my question, it's easy because the CEO and the chairman have already given the statistics, but I will reiterate the fact that we have taken about 541 investigations. We have completed about 133. 85 have been forwarded to the Director of Public Prosecutions, and we've also heard that 20 of them have been concluded in court, leading to 13 convictions and 7 acquittals. In terms of the other statistics, we have had people who have come forward because you heard one of the chief guests ask, how do people get acquitted when even the issuing institutions have said their certificates are fake. So even for the ones that we've taken to court, they have actually come to that realization, and as soon as they take plea, most of them write to the DPP, they copy to the EACC and say, we are actually ready to plead to some of the charges, and then we return the funds that we earned as a result of use of forged academic certificates. And towards this, we have recovered, just through plea bargaining, people agree, we have recovered about 14 million. Those that have decided that their cases will continue, we are in the process of instituting recoveries for amounts close to 460 million. And these are just for the cases that we have completed. Now, before I forget, because we have the counterpart from the DCI, there's something important that I want to mention so that as different agencies you are able to know. When PSC released this report last year, they invited EACC and the DCI to the launch of that report. And what we did with the DCI, we said to avoid duplication and also to achieve efficiency, we decided to actually divide the tasks, and we agreed that ministries, departments, and agencies, all the cases for MDS will be dealt by DCI, and all the cases for colleges, universities, commissions, and independent offices, as well as counties, will be dealt by EACC. So, in one time or another, you will find as maybe a ministry, department, or agency, you have referred a case to EACC, but we will forward it to DCI because of that arrangement. Now, coming to the specific questions about where it is rampant, it is across board. We have had CEOs, we have had directors, we have individuals who are working in the counties. They were employed as engineers, but their certificates have actually proven otherwise. We have doctors. We have individuals actually who even purport to have qualifications for courses that are not offered. We had a case of somebody who had a master's in ICT from Daystar University, and that course is not offered in that university. So these people are so daring that there is no extent that they cannot go. Of course, it was mentioned that some of them also, if they had a D+, they will give themselves a B plain, go and do a law degree, but eventually what happens is that even the degree that you've taken the 4 years to attend classes, to do all the assignments, to do all the exams, and even attend graduation will be invalidated. Then finally, in terms of issues of, the challenges, of course, I know my sister here from NEC, we've worked closely with her. There are those issues of costs, and I'm happy that the head of public service mentioned about that issue of costs, because when we were having discussions with her, that institution also, that is also their source of income. So because the head of public service was here, it is envisaged, or it's hoped, that probably that conversation will be taken up so that the ministry can maybe consider to add their budget so that either they reduce the costs for authentication or maybe they eliminate them altogether. But for the other challenges, usually of the delays, as law enforcement, we have mechanisms to follow when the people do not give out documents. But there is one trend that we have noted, and we want to urge institutions not to continue in that direction, where as they authenticate the certificates of their staff, once they get the reports, they put them somewhere and do not forward them to law enforcement. But we want to tell you that we are aware of that, and we are also getting those reports, so it will not help for you to keep that report. I think it has been suggested that this is a problem that we all must end so that we can restore integrity and good governance. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Bwana Lokolo. Let me come to Bwana Komesha Abdalla. When we're dealing with the investigations, is it possible to fully eradicate academic and professional qualifications fraud in the country, given that it's two-pronged? Here we are discussing, say, universities, for instance, giving genuine certificates to students who never completed it, never went to university in the first place, but because they know somebody who knows somebody, they get it. Two, you have people, unfortunately we're discussing this, next door at River Road, somebody printing university certificates and is going to sell them to somebody else. Where do you start combating this vice? At the university level or in the streets?
Thank you, Nimrod. Thank you, Chair EACC, and the CEO, and all the participants. To answer your question, Mr. Nimrod, it has never happened all over the world, or anywhere in the world, where a crime is completely eradicated. It will be reduced. So it is possible to reduce this crime of forgery of academic certificates and professional qualification to manageable levels. However, it requires concerted effort from the community, from parents, from stakeholders, NGOs, the private sector, and we tackle this thing in a multi-agency approach because it requires quite a lot of resources to investigate and prosecute. So we need to embrace the idea of sharing of intelligence. We need to change a culture and attitude, especially from parents. From the incidences that we handled so far, because DCI is investigating more than 500 cases from various government departments and parastatals. Out of that, we were able to take about 50 cases to court. We have more than 100, that is 107, at the DPP, pending advice. We have more than 200 which are under investigation. We have about 20 where the accused are known. It's called PACA. So we are pursuing that. But it requires a lot of resources to collect evidence. Now, this crime is now an organized enterprise. It is an organized crime where we have planners, we have those who finance it, we have the beneficiaries, who will be the certificate holders, we have conspirators. This could be parents. For example, you can see in an exam room, you have individuals who are not students, but they're doing exams on behalf of candidates. So can you tell me that the institution does not know the faces of their candidates, even if they're 500 in number? Is that not a conspiracy between parents and that education institution? Secondly, it is also very difficult to eliminate because it is shrouded in secrecy. Because all parties, at the end of the game, then benefit. The individual will have good grades to enable him or her secure employment or gain promotion. That is financial gain. The person or the cartel who have prepared that certificate, they are paid. There are no free services. So how do we detect this crime? You see, whatever we are investigating now, it is because the Public Service Commission gave a circular to institutions to scrutinize these academic certificates. How could we know that that is happening? We need to get intelligence from these government departments. Now, I can also support Wanombati, that in every institution, there are what we call verification procedures. But you can see that these verification procedures are either bypassed deliberately by the HR department to qualify for employment or upgrading. And most of the time, it is corruption, it is bribery, it is nepotism, it is tribalism, it is favorism. These are the key factors. So as much as we are struggling as law enforcement agencies to investigate, prosecute, but unless we become more tough and take action, including dismissal, we have got challenges in investigation because we don't have 100% support from institutions. Some of these managers or CEOs feel that if a person is under investigation for forgery of academic certificate and he has resigned or she has resigned, or he or she has retired, or he or she has been dismissed, that punishment is sufficient. Why are you now investigating? That is sufficient. We have also discovered or experienced instances where institutions cover their own staff. For example, we get a list of individuals who have said to have forged certificates from a certain institution, from the public service. And then when we send this list to the particular institution, they give us another list with some of the names missing. So it is impossible to eradicate. We can only reduce. Maybe I can add something. Just to help Wanombati, because you asked him a question which is supposed to be asked the investigative agencies. Modus operandi, styles of doing or committing this particular crime. Making of a certificate, which is totally fake. Altering grades from a genuine certificate to ensure that person qualifies for promotion or employment. Allowing individuals to do exams on behalf of others. Using certificates that belong to your cousin or brother, but you share names. You see, in Africa, we share names. And etc.
Asante sana. Thank you, Bwana Abdallah. Let me come back to Dr. Kande. If we're talking about 30% of this kind of fraud happening in the public service, what would you make of the private sector? And does it scare you?
Thanks again, Nimrod, for that. Absolutely, it scares us. It scares us even more when I listen from my colleague here that it might even be impossible to fully eradicate it. But from my layman, I would think that maybe if we go to our original setting, like the way you refresh a phone, maybe that way, we can also reconfigure our systems, look at ourselves and see what we can do. And getting to a question, 30%, yes, we've seen rounds of statistics going round, and I'd actually also seen somewhere that in every 4 people, one of those, most likely, has a fake certificate. That means 25% of the overall staff that you have, 25% of us here, probably. But anyway, that probably is anecdotal information and might need a bit of research, which may not be difficult because we are employees somewhere.
And so if we are really determined, we can actually ascertain this. And probably the best way that we can do is to own the process, maybe right from employers where we are, really checking to see that where we are onboarding any staff, we are certain of credibility and authenticity of that certificate. And so if it is in the public sector, definitely we are in the same society. I want to believe, again, this being a lecturer because we would need that information, that it is also in the private sector, because therein we also have employers. And in fact, you would find that some employers who are in the public service are also doubling up in the private sector. And so I think it is really a mind-boggling figure that we would be talking about, and that is why this candid conversation is really important, because that is why we are calling ourselves, unfortunately, a rotten society. But we are part of that society, and we need to, if we cannot fully eradicate this 30%, we can at least take it to 5%. I want to believe so. Because it is not only affecting ourselves in our own small spaces where we are, from institutional to national, also getting to global, continental, regional, and global context. Because it means that there will be doubts in terms of the qualifications that are going out there. It affects mobility of skills and labor. And as I had earlier said, the interesting thing is that this, again, is a global incident. It is not actually just happening in Kenya. When we speak to our sister countries and share about this conversation around qualifications and people really getting a certificate for a skill and a competence that they can show, you would hear the sister countries also speaking of the same voice in the other countries. And probably that's why we are saying that it is like become part of our DNA. But I want to believe it's something that can be eradicated. Thank you.
Asante sana, Daktari. Thank you. Bwana Mbati, Bwana Chairman, the Public Service Commission raised something that is very, very important. That there are people who present certificates and qualifications, and what they have done, what they claim to have succeeded in those qualifications is far away from what their brain contains. Quite scary, isn't it? If we were to have a candid conversation here today, I think 80% of our politicians today would not be elected. Kweli wrong. Kama ni kuangalia tu makaratasi na kulinganisha matamshi, Bwana Mbati. Lakini tatizo liko hapa is that sometimes a lot of these politicians will find an easy avenue, which is running to the courts, putting an injunction into, investigations into their qualifications, where they are to school and what have you. 2027 haiko mbali. You've heard of governors who've even faked documentation that they've worked for a bank or an NGO and what have you, isn't it? So how do we deal with this? Do we have stumbling blocks in the name of courts, perhaps? Are we doing a disservice when we allow politicians, because of who they are, to get away with it? I know it's a tricky one.
Nimrod, you've put me right at the corner. I don't comment about politics in public, but in private spaces I do. Just because of who I am.
We'll close the doors and make it private.
But let me say this with an open heart. A very open heart. And I want to start by blaming the organizers once. That you did not invite the judiciary to this platform to respond to some of the things that are being raised here. Kindly, next time, invite them here, let them respond from this platform. They may not get an opportunity when we talk about them and they don't have a platform to respond. But now, aside from the judiciary, what have we done as institutions? Don't we know of people who have fake certificates, and even institutions have said that they are fake, and yet they are cleared to run for positions in this country? And again, when a politician stands to speak and you hear of mud on top of mud and on top of mud,
and we go on and elect that politician. No wonder someone said that leaders are a reflection of the people. No wonder. The kind of people we have elected is a reflection of us, period, nothing else. Because we are not able to vet them as voters out of what they speak. If you are able to promote, and I said this, unfortunately we promote people who are even incompetent, and it's apparent they are incompetent, and yet we promote them because they have masters. The same scenario happens with our politicians. They speak what they speak just because they are politicians with money bags. We elect them because of values. We don't know the values that we are supposed to have. And let me tell you a sad story I heard from my 12-year-old son. He came home one evening and told me, "Dad, you know that boy we are in class with by the name so and so? Imagine he was cheating in a private school." I support that opinion that was said here, that this rot is from down. And elsewhere yesterday, people are saying things that Mangisi Gedo. We see those politicians, the way they talk, the way they behave, and we also do exactly the same. We don't care, because that is who we have become.
Asante sana, Bwana Ombati. Ladies and gentlemen, I still have a couple of questions for Bwana Abdallah, Madam Jen, and also Bwana Kolol. But I'd like to open the floor now, because I don't want to be selfish with all the questions. And I would like you to direct the questions to the lady and two gentlemen that haven't asked these second questions, so that we can gauge and get the answers from there. Sawa sawa. Tajitambulisha jina, halafu na sehemu unatokea, tafadhali.
Yes, good morning. It's afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Harrison Barasa. I've been sitting here since morning, and I think I've also listened to what the speakers have said, including the chief guest. I think there's one of the speakers who I think shot a question which sounded like it was a rhetoric question. I don't know whether it was to be answered by the CEO of the Anti-Corruption, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, but it was not answered, so I'll volunteered to answer it. I think the question was whether the judiciary was invited. So I'll answer the question in the affirmative. The judiciary was invited. The invite was channeled through the chief registrar of the judiciary, and she nominated me. That is why I'm here. So thank you. So the judiciary is here, well represented, and I also want to say, again, flowing from the same speaker, I think it was from Public Service Commission, because we also want to, I want to reiterate again here that the judiciary is a key stakeholder. We are your stakeholders, and I think we've been working so well together. So I want to clear, because that again, Mr. Ombati also said that the judiciary was not invited, and Mr. Ombati, I thought we greeted each other out there. So, yeah, so I've also heard the statistics being shared, maybe of what I just wanted, the clarification I wanted to seek. Was those statistics maybe across the country or just statistics from our court here in Nairobi, Milimani? That is 20 cases that were filed, 7 acquittals and the rest convictions. Maybe that is one thing I would want to have a clarification on. I looked at the invite, the letter of invite, and also looked at the program. So I knew I was not in the program. I was nowhere in the program, so I did not prepare any speech or maybe come up with a clear statistics because as the chair, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission said, they were wondering, and in fact from the speakers, they were wondering how a suspect who has been brought to court with a forged certificate can be acquitted. You see, what I can say to that, and Ombati, you say that the judiciary should have been here to defend itself. So let me just defend myself now that the chair raised the issue. There are reasons that are given for any judgment, any decision. From the decision, I think Mr. Ombati here, the prosecution can make a decision as to whether to pursue that matter to the High Court. And my encouragement is that you should never let a matter lie if you feel that the reasons given by the lower court is not sufficient. Because at the end of the day, the laws surrounding corruption and corruption matters and all these issues must be settled. And the only way to do that is to ensure that we pursue these matters to the highest level possible so that we are so clear on both jurisprudence and the law. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, panel, for this very enlightening perhaps session. Now, I have a very perhaps disturbing question. In your statistics, you mentioned master's degrees, diplomas as the places where it's most rife. And this is actually the institutions which actually introduce us to these particular concepts, be it economics, be it capitalism, be it matters on gender. So my question is it a question of bad teachers in our formative years of learning? Because if you don't actually comprehend what you're taught, then comprehending these particular concepts would be a bit hard. Now, if you are to look at me 5 years ago, I was this very shy, recluse person. I couldn't talk the way I'm talking right now. But based on the books I've been reading on my phone, in a matatu, I have a voice. And that actually tells that I'm intelligent to a certain degree. I was at the University of Nairobi, but unfortunately I never graduated. I never graduated because I think I'm ethical. Ethical because I think I couldn't actually have a degree and I don't understand these particular concepts. I actually even took a course in mathematics, calculus. They say maths is the, basis of all true knowledge. So I took all these courses. So my question is, that particular first question, is it a question of also career guidance? Do people take courses because my friend is taking this particular course, my relative is taking, my neighbor? Do people take these particular courses based on these particular whims of my friend, my neighbor, my partner, or my father? I actually took a political science degree. Back then, tulikuwa tunasema inaitwa baba amenituma, Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. So could you give us answers to this? And this goes to Dr. Alice Kande. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I have one question to maybe Dr. Kande. In terms of the existing universities that accredit institutions, is there a requirement that they need to provide information authenticating the certificates? I'm asking that because I come from the Anti-Corruption Commission. You investigate a matter, and this matter the person is acquitted because of fake certificate, but the court doesn't say the certificate is genuine, but is acquitted for some reason, then immediately, this is a CEC member, immediately the county has a reshuffle and advertises for position of CEC, and the same CEC member is now recruited with producing another certificate which is fake. As you want to authenticate the course of the degree, you go to a diploma which gave birth to the degree. Then you write to the institution which gave the diploma. The diploma, the providers of the degree, the diploma say, our offices were sometimes fondled and broken into, and we don't have information to confirm whether that certificate is ours. Are the providers of these credentials forced by any law or legislation to provide information authenticating the certificates? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Silas David. I chair the Parents Association of Kenya in the Ministry of Education. I'll begin by saying why is that somebody was asking why investigations take long. Without investigations, you can't prosecute somebody in court. You must have evidence. So we support that investigation must be done. My first question is, if the government can control fake money in this country, which is very sensitive, somebody knows that carrying fake money is dangerous. Why should people carry fake certificates and get employment and earn from that? Maybe NEC can answer that. Get to NEC. When students sit for exams, the contract is between the students and the NEC department. It is not between the school principals and NEC. What happens is that after exams, the certificates are given to principals who keep on holding them, forcing students or the candidates to go and now fake certificates to get employment because they are growing old. Can the certificates be given to the students direct so that we understand whether we have different people getting these certificates or they are the same? Parents have been mentioned. It's true. Parents participate in this. But have parents been given education about this kind of corruption? Do they know anything? Even the learners in the classrooms. Have they been told that stealing an examination is dangerous? Has someone done that from the Anti-Corruption Commission in the classroom, going to teach physically and telling the students, if you find you stealing exams, we shall punish you? Not saying that the police will find you. They must understand that anti-corruption is falling behind. So, following this, the channel of parents. Parents are the first teachers to the children. And when they lack information, they are lay people, definitely things will go wrong. A parent will even encourage buying exams. And the exams are even bought from teachers who are professionals. Why can they stop this? So we don't just blame the parents, but now we ask, what really is the cause of all this trouble? Thank you.
I think we get answers for those and then see if we still have time, we can do another one. Please, kindly. Please allow. All right. Madam Jane, I think there was one that was directed to you, isn't it?
Okay, thank you, Nimrod, and thank you for that question concerning the issuance of certificates through the principals. Let me say, NEC is not devolved. NEC is in Nairobi, and the establishment is not that big. And NEC does not interact with the candidates one-on-one. And let us remember, when we are talking about KCPE, the last KCPE, we had 1.2 candidates sitting for KCPE, and we had about 900 sitting for KCSE. The logistics of NEC issuing these certificates to these candidates and learners who are not known to NEC is a nightmare. Remember this year, actually, the Minister for Education had given a directive that these certificates be taken to the sub-county directors of education, and the students and the learners go to pick these education offices instead of going to the schools. Again, when these officers sat and and looked at the thing, it was again agreed that these certificates might even land in wrong hands because they also don't know these people physically. So as logistics are put in place on how these certificates can reach the candidates directly without going through the schools, the ones for 2023, because they are the ones which we dispatched last month, actually still went to the schools because all avenues were explored at that particular time, and it became a logistical nightmare. However, that directive is still in force, and between the sub-county directors of education and NEC, we are trying to establish how now in future these certificates can go directly to the students and the learner instead of going through the school. Yeah.
Asante. Bwana Lonkolo, the other question about whether EACC has the capability of even going to schools and correcting students about cheating and parents and what have you.
Yeah, let me start. There was one by Harrison also which touches on EACC, whether the statistics we've provided to sensitize them on exam cheating and falsification of academic documents, professional and academic. We have an education department that does that sensitization. We also do media sensitization, but this is a challenge to us as EACC because it's also possible that some portion of the population are engaging in these unethical practices because they are not quite aware of the consequences. So that is something that we will take up as EACC so that we can infuse issues of authenticity of, or rather integrity of academic and professional qualifications to peoples and students in all levels of education, and also find a way of how we can also incorporate the parents. Thank you.
Dr. Alice?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And I want to ride on that response by my colleague here, responding to that observation by a very good gentleman there, and very confident of you, really indicating to us why you decided not to pursue your line. But I want to give you hope, first of all, that through the National Qualifications Framework and the system that we have currently, this is what we also call in recognition of prior learning. That is that competence and skill that you have, and you feel that you may not really follow the formal education and training. We may want to see which institution is ready to assess that skill that you have. So currently there's that provision that someone can be assessed for as long as there are very clear standards and learning outcomes for you to show that you have that skill and competence. And that is a critical reform that we have in this country, and an effort actually to address these issues that we are bringing out here. Because like we began initially saying, that a key contribution to what really led us here was that rush for papers, regardless of, first of all, ensuring and ascertaining that you're giving a paper to someone who really has demonstrated acquisition of a skill and a competence, and what actually the labor market is expecting of that person to show. And so just to speak to that and indicate that maybe later when Professor Kuria will be here to speak to what Commission for Universities is doing, it being a subsector regulator within the university sub-framework, what I would say, in addition to what he will say later, in ensuring quality in what universities are doing, is that from the National Qualification Framework lens, there is that assurance that for any qualification awarding body, like for instance, I talk about the University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, any other university that is duly chartered or accredited, then for it to be accredited and to be registered in the National Qualifications Database, it must have gone through their subsector regulator. And one of the critical things a subsector regulator will check of a program is that first of all that it meets the requirements of what is current in the labor market, involvement of the industry through what we call occupational standards. And that's something that we are really trying to work together with subsector regulators and also qualification awarding institutions to give confidence to these students who are coming to our institutions, and to tell them it's not just about talking about 150 programs that we offer, but these are programs that are current, they're of value, that we give you a certificate. It will really help. To the last one about, again, what the existing universities would be doing, that's something, again, a disclaimer that Prof will speak to this, but on our end, on what we do, in mapping qualifications. This is what we call alignment and validation of qualifications. And we get requests, someone has pursued a course and they have a certificate and want to ascertain that it actually falls within what would be a diploma or a bachelor's degree. Then we actually get to the root of whether, first of all, was that university accredited? First of all, was that program duly accredited? And that is why we joined at the hip, so that we are really able to give concurred, corroborated information that if that letter that has been issued at higher level, the certificate issued at level 7 was fake, but the one at the lower level probably was genuine. Definitely the entire process, all those certificates across for you to get to the highest level will definitely be fake. So that is why we work with all the subsector regulators right from basic. We have to confirm that for you to really be given that degree, then first of all we need to ascertain that if you followed the formal pathway dealing with NEC, then that NEC certificate was genuine. And so there's a mechanism in place to ensure that that is fully addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask a very quick question. My name is Professor Diambo from Ministry of Labor. Sometimes back, I think 1 year ago, when authentication was being done, I was in charge of field service division in our department, and I was in charge of communicating with the field officers, all officers, to authenticate their certificates. And one of the challenges we received, which I want to ask a question on this: who actually should do the authentication? Because in the government system we have what we call GRIS, and all our certificates are uploaded on GRIS. So if, for example, the Public Service Commission wanted to authenticate our certificates, don't you think it is fair for the Public Service Commission, who are the holders of the GRIS system, to go to the system, authenticate the certificates, then come to us? Because if you send, for example, a thief, in quotes, somebody holding a fake certificate, that go and verify your certificate, what answer do you expect? Okay, that is one. Then number two, I also had problems with those who studied outside the country, because some of them had to go up to Uganda to go and verify the certificate. They came back with the letters, those from private universities, Uganda, India, and the rest. They came back with documents indicating that these are this degree is authentic. So how do you gauge that? Finally, just Nimrod, diverting just a little bit from the theme of the day. This is a personal problem. There's also something I think this meeting should also focus on. I've been recently appointed a diplomat. I'm going to one of the countries, and as diplomats, we are supposed to process travel documents for our families. And one of the documents to be processed are the birth certificates. So I took 5 birth certificates, one for myself, one for my wife, and for our 3 kids, for authentication. Sorry, not Ministry of Education, to a different office. Surprisingly, all the birth certificates of my children were termed as fake. All of them are fake. And for you to authenticate the birth certificates, you have to pay 500 shillings through eCitizen for them to be done what? To be authenticated. They were all fake. I was a district labor officer in Migori when I was processing the first birth certificate of my kid. And we share the same compound with the registration of birth and death. I was wondering, how could my colleague give me a fake birth certificate? So just yesterday I received this because I was advised we cannot do anything, you have to process new ones. So I now have 2 birth certificates for all my kids, which they have used in KCPE, KCSE, they have used to secure ID cards, they have also used them to do or to register for university. So they are there in records, and they have been termed as what? As fake. Now I have this one. This kid is in Form 2 at Nyabururu Girls. How am I going to replace this certificate I got yesterday with the ones which are termed as fake? So as we deal with the professional qualifications, I think we need to have a system which is genuine. I work in this government, but I think we need to have a system which is genuine. So maybe the chair will talk about this later on. It is not for the panel. The panel can respond to the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Valid point indeed. Valid point. Well, may we take one more question and then we wrap this? Because I'm being mindful of time. We have to do lunch and then we have 2 more sessions in the afternoon. If you don't mind, because our guests will still be here. If there's be a very, very burning question, I'll give you an opportunity to ask them, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Inena, and I work at KU. A question, but I just want to say something very, very briefly. The question we have been trying to answer is, 1, how did we get where we are? Second question is, how do we get out of that? We all realize that actually what we are dealing with are symptoms of a big problem. So the issue of where actually how we got ourselves where we are is a complicated one, but obviously it means there is a change of values. There are certain things that over the years we have cherished. We have a mania, if I can say, for material wealth, material things. And this has taken a long time. It is very complicated. We cannot just say, this is what we are going to do, and within 1 year, we're able to deal with it. It will take time for us actually to deal with corruption, but it means our values have to change. That is really the crux of the matter. As we are here, actually all of us, we are innate. Don't blame the teachers, don't blame the parents, even actually myself, even the institutions that we have, even the ones that are struggling to deal with the corruption. So I'm saying, for us to be able to deal with this, it's not going to be easy, but at least we can start. When you have a child, and the child does not even know what it means to cheat, but it is you as a parent, at a very early stage, that you encourage that child. Not by telling, but the way you behave yourself. Then he or she goes to the school. That is also encouraged. So, after very many years, the issue of actually corruption becomes an easier thing to do. Taking things, in other words, I'm trying to say, the concept of what is right and what is wrong has changed. And therefore, all of us, all the institutions have to be actually involved. And you'll find that when we try to deal with the symptoms, you go to court, for example, and you get a judge, and you are able actually to give certain things. Then you'll be excused, you'll be, in other words, you'll be freed, even killing. It means for us to be able to deal with this menace, there has to be that change. Again, there has to be sanctions. And one example I can give is we have been hearing, people, if you are found with the corruption in China, you are going to be killed. And we feel terrible. Probably those are the kind of things that we need to change. Yes. If you do that, then the punishment is actually should be very, very severe. But so long as we have a few people who will be trying to do the right thing, and all the others don't think that that is actually valuable. Those people who are going to try and change, I must say, is a very dangerous territory. You try to fight corruption, and you find that actually in the end, you are alone. So, we have to do it, but I must say it is also dangerous. Thank you.
Ninaomba tafadhali. You have been reminded that I haven't been very gender sensitive. Tafadhali naomba swali moja tu kutoka kwa mama yetu.
Habari zenu. My name is Fatma Elmawi. I am the former Vice President of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I am also the founder of ABEC. ABEC stands for Africa Business Ethics Conference, which runs all over Africa, and we have had 5 conferences in Kenya and in other parts of Africa as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. Number one, I've get crushed your meeting. I was not invited. Let me own up. But I heard you are talking ethics, so I brought myself here. Number two, I want to say something else. We are all corrupt in this room. We are corrupt either by default or we are corrupt actively. Why do I say that? Because it is not the student that buys the exam, it's the parent and the teacher, isn't it? It is not, you don't fight with other universities because the certificates are fake. Again, I want to agree with the gentleman who says young as me, it is us. Don't fight the system, the government, the whoever. Fight you. Why? Because all of you, me included, we want our children to be engineers. We want our children to be doctors. So what do? We fake documents. We make tunawapeleka, tunawasukuma mpaka wamefika. And that is why when some of us, you are sick, you don't want to be seen by a Kenyan doctor. Why? Because you're not sure. kama alifika ukweli ama alichukua zile panya roots. So fight you. Not everybody can be a doctor. Not everybody can be a professor. A professor needs a hairdresser, isn't it? Kama hawezi fika university, si umwache aende. A professor or a minister needs a mechanic. So not everybody can go to the university. And that's why I'm saying, fight you. You teach your children the values. We have abdicated our role. Why do you want somebody else to teach your children and not you? So ladies and gentlemen, we are here, some of us, because of what we received. But can you imagine the society we are taking 20 years from today? If God gave you that health, would you be seen 20 years from today? By this tunasukuma tu Kenyatta University wanawachukua. I also want to answer about Nairobi University. I went to Nairobi University and I got all my degrees from there. My second degree, when I went not young. And I used to sit, you know, you have to sit with young people, then you osmosis, unapata maneno nzuri. And this young lady would come, she never came for class, she never came for tutorials, and all she used to tell me, we madhe unasumbuka ya nini? Si unakaa tu hapa mbele, mguu umeweka hivi, shati umefungua paka hapa. And true to her, she got an A, and some of us got C's. Now, I train, and I've trained ESCC, but for some reason ESCC mlitutupa mkono. We have trained your people because we work with the private sector. We actually train the private sector that ethical businesses, and this is research, this is not Fatma, you make more money by almost 300% if you do your business properly. It will not be easy, Wakenya tuna haraka, okay? But you get there. I've been running my business for over 10 years. I have not corrupted even a shilling. When I get into trouble, I talk my way out of it. As you can see, I can talk. But you grow. These people who want to run fast, unakimbia kama Monopoly. Wale ambao they are young, unakimbia kama snakes and ladders. Wale who are young like me, ukifika 99, kasneke kana kukula, unarudi chini. And that is why we are not seeing the growth Kenya should see. By virtue of who we are and what we can do and the resources we have. We take business delegations outside. As I said, I was a vice president. And people say, we love Kenya, we love Nyama Choma, you guys are good, you guys have good businesses, but you guys are corrupt. So what happens? The business that was meant to come to Kenya goes to neighboring countries. Now this is coming to shoot us in the foot because we are seeing a decline. We are seeing a decline. Mtu anapeleka avocado mara ya kwanza, mara ya pili, mara ya tatu, anapeleka mbaya, business imeisha. So for me, ladies and gentlemen, I know I asked for this opportunity. Don't fight out there. Fight internally. It is you that buys. And be prepared. Because it's not going to be easy. By the way, I got a C. And when I got a C, nilirudi university nika complain. Nikasema nilikuwa nasaidia mwalimu kusomesha. Wale wote mwapatia A, walikuwa wananiuliza mimi, can you give me my paper and we will do it. I am prepared to pay again. I got what I deserved. Thank you.
Asante madam, I'll come to you in the afternoon, I promise. Asante sana. Bwana Umbati, kuna prof hapa alikuwa ametoa comment ambayo nafikiri tumeipokea. Mama yetu Fatuma pia ni comment. So I think the gentleman had some very interesting questions. I don't know, do you want to take them up or any of you? Bwana Lokolos? Madam, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Nimrod. I think I can answer the one on who authenticates a certificate. Maybe if I can give what we do at NEC. Anybody can ask for authentication of certificate, but once the report is ready, it is sent to the user institution. So the report is not given to the candidate to deliver, but NEC delivers that report directly to the institution that was interested with that confirmation. So with that one, whether it is a favorable report or a negative report, the candidate themselves don't get it. They only get information either from their employer or college or whoever wants that information. That is the case scenario for NEC.
Yes.
I don't know what the rest, how they do it.
Maybe just a comment from Bwana Abdallah.
Mr. Odhiambo was indicating that the Public Service Commission should have relied on the system, documents that were uploaded to the system for verification. Now, when it comes to criminal investigation, we usually rely on physical documents for further verification or examination at the forensic lab. So that's why when you are called for an interview, you'd be told upload in the system when you are applying, but when you are coming for the real interview now, you come with your original documents. And also, you should be aware that this system was installed by a human being. It is being manned by a human being. It can be manipulated by a human being. So it is not tamper-proof. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let me do it differently. I know I'd have given you a few seconds to sum up, but in the interest of time, I'd like to thank all of you. Asante sana. Makofi kwa tafadhali. Thank you so much for engaging us, Madam Jen Nabiki Kashu, the Director Quality Assurance and Archives, Dr. Alice Kande, the Director General Counsel, Secretary, Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Bwana Elfas Ombati, the Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, also FCPA John Lukuno, Director Ethics and Leadership, ESCC, and also not to forget Bwana Komesha Abdallah, the Director Investigations Bureau, DCI. Asanteni sana. We'll do this again another time. We want to break for lunch. We'll go upstairs. I think it's a 5th floor. And I was hoping we could do this in half an hour, if that's not too much, so that we're back here at 2:30, and then we can have the other 2 sessions that we're meant to have later on. Sidio? Mko sawa kabisa? Mnaniahidi mtarudi? Ndio tayama nichukue roll call saa hizi. Mweze kurudi, ya? Tafadhali, tuweze kurudi around 2:30 so that we can proceed with the other 2 sessions. We'll try and be as fast as possible. But thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni. Makofi to the panelists. Asante sana. Okay, I think the panelists will lead us, and we're requesting all of you to take your food, the meal vouchers on my right at the exit as you go to the 5th floor. Karibuni sana. Enjoy your lunch.
What I was just thinking.
schools. But the question is, why is it easy to detect forged papers and certificates? Maybe to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nimrod. All protocol observed. Once again, my name is Frank Nkuna, Director, Policy Implementation and Compliance at the State Department of Tibet. I have worked for quite some time, joined the service as a teacher in 1995, went to quality assurance in 2008, and joined the State Department of Tibet in 2018, where I'm serving as director. I've also worked and was one of the officers that helped stabilize and establish the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Now, to the question, why is it difficult for us as a country to detect falsification of qualifications? Straight to it, ladies and gentlemen. We do not have, which we ought to have, a national database for qualifications, a one-stop shop where all the qualifications need to be taken in, that anyone who is presenting any certificate anywhere, be it an artisan, what have you, diploma, degree, bachelor of education, bachelor of whatever, PhDs and all those kind of things, should be domiciled into one single database. And that is a best practice internationally. Why is it that we don't have one? The reason why we don't have one, to me, is that we have not, as a nation, given the space that the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, I saw the director here, should have in our qualifications space. This is a body that should can be able to help us at this particular level. And if we give it the space it requires, and it has that particular mandate, we will be able to have and establish a single database where all the qualification awarding institutions, meaning anyone who is churning out a certificate known in that authority as a qualification awarding institution, should be accredited to KNQA. And therefore, when you churn out a certificate, the credentials of that particular certificate should go into that database. And anyone who wants to verify, anyone who wants to have any question about that will just, at the click of the button, be able to get that particular certificate. Why have we not done that? We've not done that because I believe of one thing. We need to actualize the law. We need to actualize the law on the qualifications framework. Those who understand what I'm talking about, I'll take you to Section 5 of the KNQF Act, number 22 of 2014, which talks about award of national qualifications. That in the whole country, you can only award a national qualification if, one, you are accredited under the KNQF Act, and two, if you are a university accredited under the Universities Act. Only those two ways. Any other way is creating a porous situation that is leading us to where we are, and therefore we cannot be able to detect what is being churned out and what we have at the moment. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Dr. Kagwene, my question to you is, what are universities doing? No, before we get to that, what are the causes, drivers, and effects on the use of falsified academy and professional certificates in Kenya? Is it wealth? Is it greed? Is it a family name? You know, a situation where if a dad is a professor, the son has to be a professor whether they like it or not. If the mom is a doctor, the children have to be doctors whether they like it or not. Is it that question or what is it?
Thank you, Nimrod. That's a nice question. Let me agree with us today. We are talking about actually why do we do what we do? And I'm coming back, let me just come with the background. Academic dishonesty. Let's start first there. Why do our children cheat in the university? They've come with a B+, they've come with an A, they are smart. What makes them to go and cheat? Could it be maybe they never prepared well? Could it be because they were told to do a program by their parents? Could it be because they were in hassles, they had issues at home, they never prepared for their exams, and the only exam they have is the final exam, which we call the summative exam? Could it be that is the pressure that we have? And yet, I believe every university that will take a policy, read to the students before they start exam, please don't come with this, please don't carry this, please don't use your phone, please don't. Instructions are given. But what is this thing that will make a student to actually cheat this lecturer? Now, if we take care of the academic dishonesty, we can also be able to take care of us who are working in the workforce and are actually cheating or forging or even paying other people to do our work because we cannot be able to deliver. Could it be because of what the chair actually said? The brain and the mouth are different from the papers? Could it be because of the pressure that we have not been teaching our children soft skills, emotional intelligence, that they can wait and say, I will do my exam when I am ready. Right now I am not ready to do my exam. Could it be that is the issue? Now, let me go back to what we have been discussing today. And when we have been discussing, I was looking down and I was like, how many times do we communicate to our students about the penalties of cheating? How many times do we tell them you should not do this? How many times do we tell them, imagine you are good enough, that C will take you far. You don't have to get an A. How many times do we pat our children when they get a B and they never got an A? Could it be the pressure? How many times when we go to the working environment, we want to have that car, we want to have that house, we want to have, do we teach our children the patience of waiting? And when I'm saying we, I am saying I as a mother and I as an academic administrator and I as a Kenyan. All what we are saying today is that we cannot blame our children, we cannot blame ourselves, we cannot blame the other person. And I like the lady who said, we are actually blaming me. So we are going back to tell ourselves and say, imagine you can get a car after the number of years. You don't have to get a car immediately you start working. Imagine we can tell our children, you don't have to get everything right now, just give yourself tomorrow, you'll be able to get it. Maybe could it be because of that? And I think for me, when I'm evaluating this element, I'm just looking at, again, in terms of our exams, our evaluations, the way we do our exams in classes, could it be also that we are telling our students that if you don't have an A and you have a C, you are nobody? These are questions I was asking myself when I was seated there, because we are being told, actually, the culture has a problem. When the chair of EAC, when he was talking, he said, there was a time they didn't have to have policemen to go to the storage where the exams were. They would put in a bicycle. Did you remember that story? And there was no need. So again, I'm coming and asking ourselves, what is the challenge? The pressure is there for sure. The money, the house, the car, the name, the pleasing. But But what's the problem? Maybe we need to go back again and start telling our students, you're good enough with a B, you're good enough with a C, you're good enough, you'll grow up, because there is hope for you. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Asante sana, Daktari. Thank you very much. Pana Felix, my question is this. What are the universities doing on verification and authentication of certificates used for admission of students to various programs? Are we lacking in that area?
Thank you so much, Nimrod. Thank you, the attendees. Let me begin by a context here. And on Director, you let me share this story. I didn't forewarn you. But now the matter has gone to court, so it's public knowledge. When I reported to work, the first file that landed on my desk was a letter that came from the director, Dr. Mutai. Here is the director of Kenya School of Law. So as you know, CLE works very closely with Kenya School of Law. So it happens that the director, Kenya School of Law, had learned of a situation where a person who is now, I'm not so sure whether they're advocates or not, a person who out here presents themselves as advocates, as an advocate, had actually not graduated from university. Professor Wainaina is now out, but at least that's the Vice Chancellor of KU. This student presented, Saleko presented fake papers, academic degree certificate, and transcripts, and used that for admission into the Kenya School of Law. On the basis of that admission, he was enrolled for exams at CLE, and he passed and was admitted as an advocate last year in November. So an employer, this candidate had, I believe, had applied for a job, and an employer was doing background checks. The employer contacted KU, and KU was shocked to realize that a person purporting to hold their degree certificate is not, did not graduate from the university. So the matter has now finally been filed in court. The gentleman has gone to court, Legal Education Appeals Tribunal, and one of the orders he's seeking is to have the Appeals Tribunal to compel Kenyatta University to admit that he is their bona fide student. I would not want to discuss the merits of the case because it's already before court, but that is the background in which we are operating. The issue now is that sometimes fake certificates are more authentic than authentic certificates in this country. If you're looking at, for example, a land title deed, the ones that we thought were originally being prepared in River Road are now actually being prepared at Lands Ministry. So for KSL not to have been able to detect this, it can only mean that this certificate actually emanated from KU. So in other words, the same systems that generate the authentic certificates are still the same systems that generate the fake ones. So that is a reality we need to live with. So that ultimately, for me, it's about resetting what Professor Wainaina had mentioned earlier, value systems. Value systems. So that we would not be able to detect that unless and until all of us appreciate, go back to our reset mode. But very importantly, Nimrod, there is, touching on what Director had mentioned, there is also the need for government systems to be integrated so that Kenya School of Law does not have to reach out to these 101 institutions that candidates come from, because they're dealing with about over 2,000 students every year. And you can imagine the logistics that would go into if they have to contact each of these institutions, and some of these institutions are actually institutions from outside the country.
So for those that are here in Kenya, there is need for integration of their systems. So that, like the director says, from the click of a button, Kenya School of Law would be able, or any other institution, would be able to verify these documents without the stress or the logistical nightmare that they presently have to deal with. Thank you.
Asante sana, Bwana Omondi. Let me come to Professor Kuria. Professor Kuria, you are at the helm of an institution that always seems to come to the limelight when and during elections. I'm sure if all of us here were to ask you today, how many governors have certificates or have qualified with, genuine academic papers? Probably about 10 or 15. I could be wrong, right? Tell me this, Prof. How difficult is it? Because many a times your institution has pinpointed faults in terms of credentials from many leaders who wanted positions of power in this country, and there seems to be a total disregard by other institutions, right? When it comes to investigations, when it comes to prosecuting and what have you. Is that a challenge for you? Do you see that as a hindrance for what we're discussing today?
Thank you very much, Nimrod. I knew you were going to come with the most difficult question for me. And I will not answer the question about all these governors. I don't want to be in trouble. But let me say, I think you're touching on something that is critical. And it ties to the question that you asked at the beginning. You asked, why is it so difficult for us to detect? And I would like to turn that question around a little bit and ask, do we want to detect the fake certificates? Because if we do, we probably could. Unfortunately, we are living in an environment where I think sometimes I think best through stories. So let me try and see whether I can do that now. Those of you who are a bit older, not the Gen Zs, might have read a book called The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. And in that book, everything is collapsing under corruption. Everything is decaying. The moral character of the people are decaying, the physical infrastructure is also decaying. And one critic wrote and said, in that book, it looks like the sewage pipes of history have burst and everything is just flowing. And sometimes one in this country feels like the sewage pipes of corruption have broken and it's flowing everywhere. I want to connect that with another book written by one of us, The Devil on the Cross by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. If you read it, he says in that book everything has been turned upside down. So the good looks bad and the bad looks good. And I think that's a problem where we are living. The whole integrity fiber of our society has broken down. And that's why I agree with my teacher, Professor Enaina, that we have to reset. We have to really think about this. Because if we want to arrest it, we can arrest it. But actually, it's a network that we have created so that those of us who are employing want to employ our relatives who don't have degrees. So we ask them to get fake ones, and when they bring them, we close an eye. So we are actually facilitating. So in other words, if we really were determined to arrest these fake degrees, I think there is a mechanism and a system in which we can do that. As you mentioned, we deal with some of this, and the pressure sometimes we get not to take some of these people through the system so that they can follow the steps like everyone else. Unfortunately, in this particular country, I think the higher you go, the less you want to follow the rules and regulations. Like the laws are made for the young, other people, and those of us who are here, we can do that. If we do that, then we can be able to subvert some of these particular systems. So if we wanted to, we could. I don't think it is that hard, but the question is, do we want to, or do we want to facilitate?
Prof, still back to you. It's a question of not nipping the problem at the bud, but we're talking about clearing the whole bush right now when we're talking about this.
Absolutely.
If that is the case, then how do you deal with it? You know, if I want to be the governor, for instance, and I'm just using that hypothetically, and I bring in fake papers, and you create an alarm, and you invite the media, and you tell everybody else it's a fake document. It shouldn't be cleared by IEBC, it shouldn't be cleared by anybody else. Where else do we go? Because from your end, you've done your work. And I could still circumvent that issue and still go somewhere else and get clearance. So my question would be, is there any collaboration between your institution and the other institutions that will go ahead and insist on credible credentials for people or not? Or are we lacking in that space?
No, I think there's a collaboration between us. EACC will tell you that we have collaborated with them in many ways. Some of you may have noticed that the other day we were captured on television in Mombasa. We were collaborating with security agencies in this country to try and arrest the situation. So we can work together. There is an opportunity to do that. But I think the point you're making, which is valid, is that unless that whole system is working together, so from the regulatory agencies, EACC, the security agencies, the legal system, unless they are working together and they are committed to the same idea, then it doesn't work. I think one of the reasons why someone will go there and they lose, on a very flimsy something, because the systems are not working. It's an ecosystem, and the ecosystem must be aligned, or what's the word to say? It must be completely overhauled, in my view. Now I know that that sounds very idealistic, because how do you do that? And I think the only way we can do that is that each and every one of us gets committed to that idea. So the Commission for University Education has got to get committed to that idea, so that we'll insist that if something is not authentic, and we have seen it is not authentic, you can take us wherever you want, but we will say it is not authentic.
Great. Wanamkula, yes. Are we raising a society that is too weak to think? That we think they're not capable, this young generation, to do things on their own, to come up with brilliant ideas, such that it will take them 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years to learn and to get credible grades, for instance, to get authenticated documentation from universities, from TVET, from colleges. Are we, as senior people in society right now, the reason why we have this problem today? Even when you look at this room today, for instance, could you pick up and say, some of us are probably not in charge of the young people that we want them to become the leaders who we want them to become?
Thank you, Nimrod. Are we raising children who want to take shortcuts? I want to turn around the question. Are we, as adults, taking shortcuts? The answer is, that is the norm. I have written something here which I had put to be one of the solutions. And that is, are we leading by example? We ourselves. Most of us are Kenyans, I want to believe, unless if there's a foreigner here. We read about the things that happen, things that are of a shortcut nature, things that are of corruption nature, things that are not following the law, the laid down rules and regulations. We do them as elders. We do them as leaders. We do them as parents. How then do you expect our children to do otherwise? A speaker here said, monkey see, monkey do. However much we teach about ethics, integrity, the ills of corruption, however much we teach about that and examine and even give degrees and whatever certificate that may be, unless we walk the talk. Zero. As a country, ladies and gentlemen, it's come to a point where we need to tell ourselves that no, we can't go this route. And I want to thank the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for bringing up this debate. It could not have come at a better time, though I feel it should have come yesterday. Nonetheless, it's here. But I know amidst every one of us here, there are things we can't speak about here now. They're there. When we talk about hiring, do we follow the law? Do we follow the law as a nation? And if it's being done up there, really, how do we expect it not to happen down here? That is where we are. It is my appeal, ladies and gentlemen, and I cry for this nation. Ladies and gentlemen, life does not end here. The things we do here will find us somewhere else. I've not become a preacher, but if I preached, where's the problem? What I'm trying to say, whatever seed we are sowing, when it comes for time to harvest, let us harvest gladly. Let us be happy in harvesting. But if the harvest does not please us, let us change. And if you allow just 1 or 2 minutes, that is where I was coming at. We have the law. And I'm glad the Director General, KNQ, is here. We have this problem because our qualification space is porous. Everyone is churning out qualifications. 2, everyone is recognizing and verifying qualifications. In countries where they have been able to bring down this malady, there is only one body that is doing that. In the UK, you have to go to Ofqual, the qualifications body, to get all the qualifications therein. And if you have to churn out a qualification, you must be registered on Ofqual. Here, we don't want to go to the KNQA. Here, even the KNQ itself, and I'm sorry to say this, but I think I need to say it because I was there. I pointed you to Section 5 of the KNQF Act that talks about only 2 ways in which you can give out a qualification: being registered by KNQA or with the Universities Act. But people don't want to go there, and there was a transitional clause at Section 30, which meant all other examining bodies in Kenya, which were giving out certificates to the start of the KNQF Act, they were given 2 years to transit into the KNQF Act to be registered under that. We have not done that. So that brings me to what Prof was talking about, Mike here. Do we have the will to do? I'm sorry, we don't seem to have the will to do. We have the answer right here, and Director General will tell you. If you go in there, things will start lining up themselves. And I'm not being an apologist for KNQA, but that is the situation that can happen. And we have to lead by example. You saw what happened some time back when things were put right. The whole nation followed suit. Kenyans are very good people if things work in the way they ought to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Mukuna. By show of hands, how many went to university? By show of hands. Tubaki tu hivyo. By show of hands, how many of you know where your certificates were printed? How many of you know where your certificates were printed? Was it at the university or it was a private firm contracted? How many? Mikono juu. Mikono juu. Huh? One hand. You know, sir.
I know for 2 universities. I don't know for another university.
Ah, great. So nobody here knows where the certificate. So do you know if it's genuine or it's not? It is. It is. By who? They were. There were no fair. Exactly. That's my point. So Dr. Kagwaini and Bwana Odhiambo, this is my question. The reason why I asked them to raise their question is that there have been queries here and there about where certificates are printed. Where do they come from? Who certifies them? Who verifies them, right? Could it be that universities are using private firms? And what would stop these private firms? Backdoor printing other certificates and selling them to the people. Daktari and
Thank you for that question. When you think about a certificate, I think about the way bankers are taught to look for the genuinity of the money. That means in a certificate, in every institution, there are checks and balances to printing of certificates, verification and authentication before finally it goes for the signatories, because we haven't reached that level of having online signatories like it happens outside the countries. But there are those checks and balances, those controls that are done. By the time the certificate goes for signatory, the checks and balances have been actually confirmed. The other thing that actually where we are going to, and I thank God for DISTA, we've gone to the element of having QR codes. So you know where you will verify it, you know where you will check it, and only 1 or 2 people in a university get to know, and held by the university himself. So the QR codes will be able, if somebody goes and has a forged certificate with a QR code, even if you have lied, it will show the truth. So I think that's where even universities, we can be able to see the use of technology, we can go to that element of technology. Thank you.
Asante. Mr. Odhiambo.
Thank you, Nimrod. I identify very much with the communication submissions by Dr. here. But I would like to throw a spanner into the works about this issue of falsification of documents, or rather of certificates. About 15 or so years ago, you will recall from a policy perspective, the government saw it, made the decision to charter so many universities. We shot from, I think we had about 10 public universities, and we went to 30 plus. Right now I believe we are in 40 plus. 80. Oh, thank you. We are in 80. But I think, having been in the university space for a while, but I think that is the point at which, they really didn't start beating us there, but that is the point at which our roofs caved in terms of the issue of falsification of certificates, because we seem, as a country, we seem not to have planned manpower-wise in terms of establishment of these universities. So what then was happening was that people were showing up with all manner of certificates, and the universities were taking them in because the universities didn't have capacity. And in this country, another, I think, the downside in this country, universities are keen to, they are not keen to invest in their, especially academic staff. All they want is, do you have a PhD or do you have a master's? Hallelujah, come in, we shall take you in. then in which case, because they don't invest, they're not in a position to vouch for the papers that people are waving left, right, and center in terms of the qualifications. All they want is, are you qualified? Then come, we shall employ you. If you cross over to our neighbors, Tanzania, for example, the universities make very deliberate steps in terms of capacity building for their academic staff, so that they either enroll you in their own universities, or if they send you to foreign universities, they track, so that when you're coming back, that you have graduated, they are able to follow up and be able to determine that indeed we can vouch for the qualifications of this particular person. So I think we may have made a mistake as a country in terms of a policy directive or a policy decision, and then also because that also led to a significant problem, serious budgetary cuts to our universities, which then led to another bigger problem, the issue of terrible commercialization, where you then find universities offering all manner of courses in shacks. You're going home, you're traveling, and you find on the ground floor you have a church, on the third floor you have a bar, on the first floor you have a campus of a university. Those are things that are happening because we did not, the serious commercialization which has arisen as a result of serious budgetary cuts to our universities, so they are unable to make ends meet. So they do anything that can bring in money, and part of that, anything that brings in money, leads to, part of it is the falsification of academic certificates. Thank you.
Asante, asante. My last question to Professor Kuria, then I can open the floor. Is it easy or is it difficult for the Commission to authenticate degrees and certificates obtained outside the country through online learning for purposes of admission of students and even employment of staff?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'll answer your question in two ways. First, it's not very difficult in the sense that, as was mentioned in the morning, we work together with our regulators in the sister countries. So, for example, here if you come with a certificate from Tanzania, I'll just go to the Tanzania Commission for Universities and they will help me. So the same way that I would verify a certificate coming from this country, they would help me verify in their country. If you go to Uganda, National Council for Higher Education, things like that. So that's how we would do it. The difficult part has been that, you see, the certificate that can come from any part of the world and in any part of the year. So someone might come and say, I got a PhD from Manchester University in 1974. Now I want you to verify it. So you realize now the difficult part is that the data system there, how that has been archived on the other side, how long it takes, and usually they come, especially at higher levels, we are going for an interview tomorrow. So please verify this certificate today, it's urgent. Now, how you urgently verify a certificate that was done in 1960 something from Manchester University, who also have their own data laws and things like that, becomes a difficult time. So we are kind of trying to redesign how we do this, so that even though we can give you a provisional one, we'll put something there, say, sign here that you say this is authentic, that this has not been manipulated in any way, and please also indicate an understanding that should this be found to have been falsified, we'll come back to you and you'll be held responsible for it, and you sign somewhere. So that part of the redesigning we are doing, but that's some of the difficulties that we're getting.
Asante sana, Prof. All right, now to open the floor. Any questions to our panelists before I carry on? Any questions? Must be one or two.
Thank you, Wanatabu. My name is Derek Kakaisha. I'm an ethics officer with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. My question goes to the universities, and indeed I can see our good vice chancellors are not here. In terms of during our investigations, we tend to come across scenarios whereby courts have actually issued judgments, and they have said that a student who had gone to court, in favor, they have issued a judgment in favor of this student, and they have said that the university should actually issue a certificate, a degree certificate of whichever nature to that particular student. In one of my engagements with a public entity, I actually met someone who used to work in a university. I will not mention which one. And they said that when they were confronted with such a scenario, they actually went back, and because it was too soon for them to change their graduation booklet, it was I think about 3 days to the graduation, what they simply did was that they prepared some sort of an addendum. They prepared a certificate. This certificate is usually indicated that you have satisfied the Senate. But in their case, they actually indicated that pursuant to a court order, we have issued you with this certificate. Now, what I want to understand from the universities, if you are confronted with such a scenario, what do you do?
Good question. Any other?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof, and the panelists for a good discussion. My name is Architect Geoffrey Vidire from Kenya Institute of Highways and Building Technology. We've dwelt a lot on academics, but I think the thing also involved professional qualifications. And I think one of the things I think they did was to introduce the licenses. So you may forge the original certificate, but you're given an annual practicing certificate. So what the market demands is not even as much the original certificate, but the license, which gives the boards access to look at their database and see whether first you qualified, and if, like someone said, if I die with my certificate because I can't give a license the following year. I don't know what the academics can do, but maybe that's one thing that can happen. I know when I get my certificate, I got money early 90s, it's obsolete. It's always there. And that's why the case of Manchester, you can go. But if in the different disciplines, there is continual checks. Can only lie for a while. If you have to keep going to get it from the university, I don't know. I know it's difficult because of the nature of the university. But from the discussion, it almost feels it's a gone case. We are wrestling against something that is, even our own students manufacture their certificates, by the way. We are so IT savvy. They're always ahead of us. You introduce this, and they look like someone said more genuine than the real one. So where do we go now? I don't know.
Thank you. I'm Juma Gabriel from Public Service Commission. There's something I would want to, I don't know whether CUE may have a role. When universities are admitting students and the minimum qualification is C+, do universities do due diligence? Because we have had instances where universities admit, but the KCSE certificate is forged, but the student continues. And then at the employment, then you are wondering, what do you do? Because the universities admitted a wrong student. Does CUE have a role in terms of making universities really do due diligence in admission? Because that's also a loophole.
Thank you, panelists. My name is Patrick Owing, Deputy Director, Ethics Compliance. One of the things that we grapple with each and every day, I think, just following from what he has said, we notice there's a bit of no due diligence which is being carried out by the universities when admitting, right from the NEC and perhaps even for some programs that, let's say masters, and somebody is actually submitting undergraduate degree from the same university, which is forged, but perhaps even that university is not able to do just verification of of a degree purported to have been issued by that very institution. So I think I really don't know what is happening, whether it is capacity, whether it is just negligence, because that is coming out from cases that we are dealing with. But of interest would be in terms of now that we have technology, what I know we have raised it in terms of trying to have a centralized database by KNQS. But perhaps what will happen now if we could be able to share databases, perhaps by universities, so that we could even have a KQRS, where we are able to verify, but also we have databases, that integrated databases for universities or institutions being able to share databases. Because apparently what is happening, you will find maybe one university has issued a degree, and a student has actually enrolled in another university. That university know that, even to check. Perhaps when we are coming in, by the time we are coming in with our investigations, that is when the university realizes that, oh, I didn't do this. That's the time perhaps even the university writes and finds out actually that this degree certificate that was used was actually forged. So I think there will also be need to share databases as academic institutions, examining institutions, so that at the click of a button, you are able to quickly verify. I think will help the country and will also help in improving the integrity. So I think this is something that we need to perhaps consider. Thank you.
Thank you again. Still saying I'm Silas from the Parents Association Chairman. I just want to react on what the questions that were asked by Madam here. I can't remember her name. She wanted to understand why students cheat at the university during exams. There are many reasons why students cheat in the examination at the university. One is the freedom that they have. When a lecturer goes to class and gives the exams and then he sleeps or she sleeps, what do you expect from those students that have not read? Secondly, our country is examination oriented, that we always depend on exams. Even for you to get a job, you must pass the exam. So a student who is not well prepared must fight to find how he or she can achieve the same. So all the way from secondary schools, there's been cheating. So a student who has been cheating at the secondary school will still cheat you at the university, because how she passed or how he made it at the secondary school, nobody knows. It was through cheating. So that now continues to the university is one thing. The other thing, the strikes by lecturers. When students overstay in the university for many years, they are not in the class, they are in the streets. Now exams come tomorrow, what do? Nobody has taught them, they have not been well prepared. That forces them to go that direction. Is another issue. The other thing, the relationship between lecturers and mainly the female students, and the relationship between the male students and the female students. You see this? And the enmity between the male students and the lecturer, the male lecturers or the female students. This can cause a problem. I've once come across a student in the corridors, one of the universities, and he told me, I have been in this university for 5 years, and there's a lecturer here who has never given me an examination unless I give in for the next step. I told her, go to the BS and report this. And I spoke to that lecturer and told him, my friend, your days are numbered. The following morning, the student was given exams and she was very bright and she passed. So if I had not intervened, that would be a problem. So relationship matters also. That's a problem. Parents forcing students to get first class honors. You know, they are not in their brains, but they want first class honors. We have spent money, don't come here with the second class, upper, or you must bring first what? First class honors. So parents also play a role that now let's do this again. That's why I'm saying that parents require education. Finally, some lecturers don't teach. They come, they stay in the university, they don't teach, they just go and give notes and go away, then they come and give exams. When they have not explained the facts, then the students will be tempted to cheat. With those few remarks, thank you very much.
Thank you for moderator. I think I'm also the moderator. And for gender balance, let me ask a quick one. We have when I've been listening, one of the causes is erosion of values. At EACC, we do public education. I don't know whether it is enough. Sometimes it is not measurable. One of the speakers has said that we have to reset the value system. I don't know whether it is, yes. So, how can we reset the value system? We have 80% Christians, we have Muslims, we have all other faith-based organizations. Yet, our values have gone down south. Thank you. And I think this is the last one as the moderator.
That's the last one, so that we can wrap it up and then move to the other session. Please, let me start with you, Dr.
Thank you very much. I want to take the question on the issuing of a certificate by a court order. And like we said today, that the judiciary also supports the universities. Universities follow a university charter, has policies, has guidelines. By the time you're saying the student has gotten a certificate from the university, doesn't the court also support the work of the universities, or do they work in silos? Because by the time a student is going to the court and demanding for a certificate, then I agree with what my brother has said. Unless if the student has not been taught, the student has not achieved the graduation requirement, the student has done everything that has to be done and is demanding to be listened to, but it's not about printing a certificate. It's about completing the graduation requirement. So I think the two support each other if it is right, done in the right way. So framework, policies must be followed. And this is where, again, we go back to the students and tell them, this is what you expected to graduate with. This is what you expected in the university to do. This is what you expected to do. But if we have problems of the lecturer not teaching, the person not teaching, you can't go to the court and demand if the university has not been able to take care of that. I think policies and frameworks must be followed. Thank you.
Asante. Professor Korir.
I want to close by just looking at the question that were raised, but I hope, let me just emphasize this, that I think if we can be able to sort out this question of integrity, we will be maybe 90% done with the issue of fake degrees and fake certificates. If we can go back to where someone is going to be hired in any public office, in any private position, they will be hired because of merit. The ambassador this morning said that he fails to understand how we let through so many fakes through our recruitment system. Someone was telling me the other day about a hospital where 121 people had been hired with fake certificates. I'm just thinking, this is a very technical area. How did 121 people pass through an interview when they were not qualified and they passed? But we have that kind of a system in this country where as soon as I advertise a job, he calls me and says, you need to clear you. What he means is that even though there are 5 people ahead of him better than him, just take him because he's mine. And that for me boils back down to this issue of integrity. If we sort that issue, in my view, we will have sorted 90% of the problem of even fake certificate, because then they'll become useless. Because even those people who are recruiting will recruit with the aim of getting the skills, which takes me back to what I said a little bit earlier. If we were really genuinely interested in catching them, then we would put mechanism in place because we want to get the best. So we will interview you and take you through all the processes, and we will identify you as a fake. and take you out. So let me just answer the last question. The question was with reference to admission of students in universities. And the answer is yes and no. Yes and no in the sense that the Commission for University Education does not micromanage universities. We want universities to be able to operationalize their own strong internal quality assurance systems. So what we do is we check the internal quality assurance system of a university, and one of the things they should be able to demonstrate to us is how they recruit their students and how they assure the quality of their students. And one of the ways to assure the quality of your students is to ensure that you admit them with a criteria that you can verify. Whether that happens in all circumstances, you know, we are in a real environment. There are criminals even in universities. So we know that this faking of certificates happens even in universities. So I wouldn't say that if you find a case here, it is not, you have not found something. It is possible that you'll find, but ideally, every university should have a strong internal quality assurance system that is able to vet and verify that the students they are admitting are qualified in the areas that they say they are. And as the Commission for University Education, if you go to study, for example, in Manchester, sorry, I keep giving Manchester because I studied somewhere close to them. But if you go and come with a certificate from there and you come to the Commission for us to verify, we'll ask you to also give us your O-level certificates. We have been in trouble sometimes because people are asking us, why are you asking us for something for O-level? I did this so many years ago and I already have a certificate as a master's level from a globally recognized university. Why are you asking for? But usually the reason why we're asking is to find out, did you fake your way to that particular place? So that's what should happen ideally.
Thank you, Prof. Very briefly, Mr.
Thank you. I would like to make a contribution in terms to what Commissioner Vice Chair asked. What can we do resetting value systems? Two things for me. I would like to begin by identifying myself significantly with the contributions of Professor Wainaina, who spoke earlier. We must be patient, but we must learn to build it gradually. This is not something that is going to happen overnight. It is going to happen over a period of time. And I would also like to identify by submissions by Madam Fatma and Maui. And she said that we need to look inwards. It is not about the accusations we have for maybe the traffic police officer who is taking bribe. Who is giving the bribe? So look inwards. What are you doing? Are you whatever you're doing, is it something that is helping towards putting in place integrity or not? And this has nothing to do with your religious orientation. In any event, we are 80% Christian and 20% Muslim or whatever percentages. But aren't we the same ones who take bribes out here with our Christianity and Islam? So for me, it's about just acting right. Just act right. That will be helpful even without you having to fall back onto your religious extraction. Thank you.
Asante sana. Mr. Mkula, just 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Just following on that, though no particular question came to me, but I want to say we need to have a paradigm shift on how we train. Coming from the State Department of Tibet, I must say that we have done this and we are now implementing the competence-based education and training, which is outcome-based and flexible. It is emphasizing the acquisition of competencies. And what is a competence? A competence is having a skill, acquiring a skill, plus knowledge and attitudes all add up to be a competence. And why should we have a paradigm shift to that mode of training? We are running away from a knowledge-based education and training system, which hitherto, as we have discussed in this room, was based on the acquisition or the hunting of certificates. That's what we've just been doing. But one of the chairman, Public Service Commission, told us here, yes, the CV is very good, but there's nothing here to back up that particular CV. So we are implementing this so that we can be able to have people acquire competencies, that we are going to churn out people who have the ability to do, not who claim to do or to know how to do, but people who have actual ability to do. That takes me back to how we hire. We should also have a paradigm shift on how we hire. If you are hiring a mechanic, why look at papers? Why don't you give him a broken car and let him fix? If you are hiring a mason, why should you look at the papers? Give him the work and observe. And that's exactly what we are doing. And I'm glad on that point also. Director Ken Kiwe did also talk about the recognition of prior learning. What we are doing under that is that we are saying not all learning is done in a formal environment. There are other learnings that happen in non-formal and informal environments. There are people who just know how to do things naturally, and they do them well. These people, we are coming to a point where we are assessing under very strict terms and be able to certify them. That's where we need to go, so that we glorify competencies and even change how we hire, not to base on certificates. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate our panelists this afternoon. Asante sana. I know there's a gentleman with a burning question. I'll give you an opportunity to ask your question. Let's get into the next session, then I'll give you the opportunity, sir, if you don't mind. Thank you so much, Daktari Dorothy Kagweni. Thank you, Professor Mike Kuria, Bwana Felix Odhiambo, and also Mr. Franklin Mokula. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your insights. We really appreciate you. I'll ask you to come back to the floor so that we can move on to the next session. And I want to invite Mr. Jackson Mue to take us to the next session.
Thank you. We just allow a minute for the podium to be moved so that the chair of the next panel will be able to speak from the podium. Thank you. The reason why we are having the podium is because we are continuing to be live on the ESCC YouTube channel. The next panel 3 will be discussing the impact of falsification of academic and professional qualifications on the organization. And this panel will be chaired by our Commissioner Dr. Cecilia Mutuku. Commissioner Mutuku, take it over.
Thank you so much, Director Moy. Can you all stand up, please? Please, just stand up. I wish I knew how to energize, but at least I hope that is sufficient enough. Yeah, but you can just call for some rain, just some rain. Some rain, some rain, some rain. My end of energizer ends there. Let's have a seat. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are coming to the end of our program. This is the final session. And I recognize all the dignitaries, everybody present here. And as I was sitting there, I was asking myself, everybody, okay, let me say everybody who has an impact, an influence on what we are discussing, all the authority is in this room. True or false? True or false? Yeah, so I hope as we leave here, we'll have some tangible resolutions. I'm aware Kenya National Qualification Authority at one point was trying to have this program, and I think something happened. I hope it will be revived so that we are working with data. At this point, I wish to just talk about our last panel, and is on the impact of falsification of academic and professional qualifications in the organizations. I want to go straight to the people who are part of this panel, because most of the issues have been discussed before. And our panel consists of experts and institutional leaders drawn from the Public Service Commission, the Institute of Human Resource Management, the Federation of Kenya Employers, and finally, but not the least, County Public Service Boards, the National Consultative Forum. Kindly join me in inviting our moderator so that he welcomes our panelists for this final but very important session. Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Daktari Mutiku. Really appreciate. He's a career administrator with credentials and a record of accomplishments in public service spanning 29 years. Before his appointment at the PSC, he was the Secretary of Administration at the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. He holds a Master's of Arts degree in Peace, Conflict Management, Kenyatta University, and a Bachelor from Kenyatta University, and a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Paul Famba, MBS, the Commission Secretary, CEO, Public Service Commission. Karibu sana. She is the chairperson of the County Public Service Board, also known as CPSB's National Consultative Forum, and a member of the CPSB in the County of Bomet. She is a career educationist with an experience of over 30 years in teaching and administration, and is also a certified professional mediator. Please put your hands together for Dr. Cecilia Chelangat Bosubem Mutich, the chairperson, County Public Service Board, National Consultative Forum. Karibu sana. He is the Executive Director at the Institute of Human Resource Management, IHRM, or rather she is a certified human resource professional, the highest HR certification in Kenya, certified human resource auditor, and a certified emotional intelligence practitioner by Genius International. She holds a Master's of Science degree in human resource management from the University of Nairobi, and a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology and psychology. Please put your hands together for Qureshi. Asante sana. Last but not least, is currently the head of advocacy, consulting, and partnership at the Federation of Kenya Employees. He brings over 19 years of extensive experience in strategy and also policy advocacy. He holds a master's degree in applied economics from the University of Westminster, UK, and a bachelor's degree in applied statistics from Maseno University, Kenya. He is pursuing currently a master's in industrial and employment from the University of Turin, all the way in Italy. Makofi kwa Mr. Steve Nabiro, the head of advocacy, consulting, and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. muwe huru, maswali ni kama yale mengine, tutaendelea hivyo hivyo. Alright? First and foremost, let me start generally to all of you. How does this problem we're discussing today affect us all in the workplace, be it public or private sector? Let me start with this.
Thank you. If you look at the certificates are supposed to signal to us the ability of someone, the quality, the skills the person has, the capabilities they have, the competencies, the knowledge, and even the academic capacity that this person has. And for us, if you have a challenge where the certificates cannot be relied on, where do you get? You get to a place where even hiring the person becomes a challenge, because you don't know, is this certificate really speaking to the person that I have? And what does that do? We end up hiring the wrong people, putting the wrong people in positions, and I think the development of a country is a reflection of the quality of the labor, the manpower, the personnel, the human resource that country has. What changes a country? When God gave us this country, whether it is Kenya, UK, US, and all that, it was just a mass of land, vegetations, and all that. What they had there, we just said here. What has made the difference is the quality of the human resource, the people, how they think, how they make decisions, what they focus on, and that is what when we have certificates that we cannot rely on, denies us.
Asante. But for the same question, let me expand it a little bit. So we're talking about people who come in with forged documents, falsified certificates in what have you. But you are the CEO of an organization, and you find that at least 100 people all have falsified documents. What does that say about you and your office as a CEO of that institution?
Thank you very much. From the outset, if such a high number of people in my organization have falsified academic documents and they have already been hired, it says something about my systems, my processes in hiring. How do I onboard someone into my organization without checking or verifying their academic documents? Which means each organization must take its time in verifying, authenticating the academic documents before a person is confirmed in appointment. That one must be done. But now to go back to what you had asked earlier, what we are doing to ourselves as a country. Truly, we are injuring our reputation. We have injured our reputation. And you know, it is just a few of us who are engaged in this malpractice. But unfortunately, it is affecting the standing of all Kenyans. And whenever we present ourselves in other institutions of higher learning, you know, your credentials are always doubted. Once they know that you are from Kenya, you're from Kenya. You know, the issue of fake academic papers in Kenya, they say is rampant. So you are subjected to another process that will lead into the verification of your papers. The Public Service Commission is responsible for efficiency and effectiveness in the public service. But you can be sure that a person hired with fake academic papers cannot be efficient and they cannot be effective. Why? They do not have the requisite skills. When you are hiring, you set certain minimum qualifications someone must have before they are hired. But here is somebody who masquerades as possessing those qualifications you are looking for. But in reality, they don't have. When you give them a job, what happens? Inefficiency is multiplied in the organization. Thank you.
Asante. Madam Kuresha, same question. I'll come to Secretary Cecilia a little bit later. Everybody in this country and the world over, whenever they're looking for a job, there's one office they go to, and that is human resource. Are we saying then, because of what we're identifying today, what we've discovered, even from PSC, that at least 30% of the people who present themselves with certificates, they're falsified? Does that mean then that, to some degree, there's a bit of inefficiency within our human resource?
Thank you, Nimrod, and allow me to start with the process of recruitment. It starts with the department identifying that need. So HR is facilitating, but we have hiring managers. So when you have your recruitment management meetings to discuss, and just to answer your question, let me just define, just in layman's term, what recruitment is recruiting, hiring the right people at the right time with the right skill to the organization. And the HR function, actually no organization can function without the HR. In fact, it is the foundation of any institution, and if it's not strong enough, then we all fall. And if you look at our history, for all of us, we've started somewhere. For those of you who had their fathers who are civil servants, how they served and how the current civil servant is serving are totally different. And also the same can be said for the private sector. So Nimrod, let me say this, I cannot put the 100% blame on HR, but it's the system holistically. And allow me to speak from an experience point of view. In my career, I started within the developmental sector. And in that sector, recruitment is proactive. Once we shortlist, everyone who is shortlisted goes through a background check before even you come for the interview. So the institutions that are hiring, because you know the developmental partners, because they are funded and all that, it's so rigorous and it really works well. And when I joined the public sector, the background checks, like we are all asked for the chapter 6. I go and pick the good certificate of good conduct. It's valid for 12 months. I go to EACC, I fill a form, but the follow-up of checking again, are there issues? Now that comes to HR. And Nimrod, let me say this, and the problems we face as HR professionals, because remember, we're just part of the system. We report to a CEO, then there's also directors who are the hiring managers. And then you're told, bring Kuresha on board. But behind the scenes, you don't know how much it's costing bringing in candidate A and leaving out B. I don't know how many of you read, every year, the Public Service Commission does a report, values and principles. And in the last report, they've actually costed how much it costed us for hiring people with false certificates. It's about 9.2 billion. But Nimrod, that is just one part of it. Look at the productivity. How much we could have delivered, for example, in the tourism industry, if we had the best director to market Kenya as a tourism destination, because the person does not have the critical thinking. And I agree what my colleague said on competency. You know, we overemphasize on papers, and then we bring someone who those who are interviewing even go ahead and falsify marks. They come to the office, they don't have the self-esteem. First of all, as a leader, they look down upon you because they know how you got them here. So you have no say in controlling their performance because they already see you as what you portray and who you are totally different. That's number one. So the respect is lost within the workplace. So you can't even reinforce the culture. Number two, now you start burdening the other employees within that institution, and it demotivates them. So Nimrod, the only way we can fix this is, first of all, we need to be honest and come out and say we have a problem. And the rest will fall into place.
Asante sana, Madam Kuresha. Let me come to Dr. Cecilia Ngetich from the County Public Service Board. If we're discussing a problem that is so huge or big nationally, it must be even bigger at the county level. This is where we're talking about county governors deciding that an entire village where he comes from has to be hired at the county. Whether they're qualified, whether they've falsified documentation or academics, it happens. How big of a problem is it at the county level?
Thank you very much, Nimrod. You have put it right. If there is anywhere where things are very difficult, it's at the counties. Of course, to begin with, as Nimrod, you have put it, it's a political environment. And it so happens, especially during the transition, which I would say was not managed well, the systems were not in place. So people who came in immediately with the devolution, you find that there was no vetting, there was nothing, so people were brought on board. And I'm sure all of us have seen this in politics, that the people who really are very good on the podium, you know, they can really get votes, they hardly went to school. And these are the people, the governors or whoever will say they want to be rewarded. So it is a very difficult situation at the counties. And then change of administration. When a new administration comes in, says all these people, they were supporting someone else, so I want my people. We have so many court cases because of people who were dismissed unfairly and others hired unfairly, and cases continue piling up each time there is change of administration. So it is such a big issue. And another point, you know, to consider also is that the county public service boards are meant to be independent, just like the public service board at national level. But at the counties, they have sort of been disempowered. They are disempowered because they are not independent. Because if they control the finances, you know, then you are reduced to a sort of a department of the executive. And don't forget that the MCAs can actually decide to cut off, you know, a huge chunk of that budget, so you are hampered from doing anything. Now, thirdly, the county secretary is delegated powers by the county public service board to oversee the HR issues at the county. But that sometimes they overdo it and even hire directly. And even if you want to challenge, you write letters, you do what, because it is in the system, no one will listen to you. So I agree with you, it is a big challenge, but I want to say that with efforts, collaborative efforts, we are all going to manage this. Let us not fear. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you for giving us hope, Daktari. Bwana Stephen, from the FKE's standpoint, I don't know whether you've had cases, and if they're there, how to deal with them, where, be it the public sector or the private sector, because of competition, people want to falsify their academic qualifications even while they're working. And I'll give you an example, again, hypothetical. I'm an assistant finance manager or something like that, and then I'm eyeing the CFO's position. But because it's not easy coming, I want to falsify my education that now I'm an FCPA, I'm whatever, and I do whatever. And before you know it, I bring it to the CEO and I say, look, my qualifications are good enough, all right? Do we have such cases? And if we do, how do we deal with them? Because one, it might be easy to pick out falsified certificates from somebody who's joining the company. Because all you have to do is do follow-ups and make phone calls to find out whether this person went to this university or not. But in this case, I have been working with you for 13 years. And here I am producing false documents even though you don't know. But you're in a position where you have to think whether to give me that promotion or not. Do we have such cases, and how difficult are they to deal with currently?
The employer, when you are working with the employer and an owner of business, whether it is in the private sector and I hope perhaps also in the public sector in some places, the emphasis is on what you can deliver. Your competencies, your skills that you bring on board. That's first of all the starting point. Now, when it comes to certificates that you have acquired while you are on job, then the HR office, because when you get a new certificate, you're supposed to submit it to the HR office so that it is included in your file. At that point, due diligence is done to ensure that whatever you're submitting is valid. The other aspect that happens when you're going on training, there are approvals that happen within the institution. Because you are an employee, this training is going to take your time, and some of the time that you're going to use is the time you are supposed to be working and delivering on certain performance targets. And so you need some approvals, and the system within, unless somebody is just neglecting and saying, let me just give a blind eye to it, the internal system under the HR is able to flash out those ones that are already in the system that are seeking promotion and are bringing on board new certificates. Now, where do we have the challenge? The challenge that we have as a country is that Kenya, by and large, is a certificate country. We value you by the certificate you have. You say, I have a PhD, I have a master's, I have a bachelor's, I have, and that is where, first of all, we have failed. Because we glorify more the certificate than the skill the person has. If you get the economies where there is high signaling in the labor sector of the education system, where if somebody says, this is the certificate I have, they are able to know these are the qualifications, these are the skills this person is bringing on board. Go to countries like Germany, Singapore, Finland, and Japan, and all that. The emphasis, there is a rigorous process, but by the time you get that certificate, there's a rigorous process behind that determines, yes, you have the skills that are required for you to get this certificate. Now, look at our education system in Kenya and in some of in our universities. We have courses in universities where you can appear on the morning of the examination, as long as you did register and you have you registered for that examination. You are a student, you paid perhaps your fees and all that, you appear in the morning of the examination and take your examination. And if you pass and you'll be given the degree. Who has been following up on you? That same thing happens when you came for your cards, and if you passed, you passed. There is no rigorous testing system that by the time you acquire that certificate, there are skills that you already have. If you look at our universities and look at some of the curriculum, you get somebody trains until they graduate, and they have zero industry experience. The only industry experience they have is when they walked around with that letter that says to whoever it concerns, please, I'm looking for attachment, can you fill for me this? And within the next 3 months, then it will be considered I was on an attachment. And that's where we start failing, because we are glorifying more the certificates than the skills that are behind those certificates. Let me give you a practical example. There's a time I was recruiting, and the HR put out the advert, and many people expressed interest. And the first thing, we sent a practical questions to whoever had applied, all the applicants, and we gave them the timelines, which we knew it was really tight. You must really put in an effort to produce something. And we got people who showed they have the capacity. Do you know, one of the person had not even graduated. She was a student, had done she was in the half of the year, had not graduated, but she came out on top when in doing with that application questions. And so we gave her the benefit to be interviewed, and she came out on top. And we sat down and said, okay, what should we do? We said, because she has the ability, let's hire her. Within 6 months, that student had been hired, and she is currently a regional director for East and Central Africa in some very good organization. You see, the people who had the certificates, a number of them could not even match her. She didn't have the certificate. Eventually, when she graduated the certificate, she got actually a lower class, second lower. We had people who had first classes, we had people who had upper, but she had the capacity. She had the skills. She had the competence. She had the ability. And so I asked myself, what was the gap between the examinations, the testings that were being done in the university and the person? Because the person who has such capacity is not even coming out in the certificate as somebody who knows anything. But on job, the person is delivering. Now, this problem for us is really costly because Madam Qureshi will tell you, the reason why we spend a lot of budget in hiring is because our certificates do not signal the abilities that somebody has. And that is something that we need to change. Thank you.
Asante sana. Mr. Famba, the Public Service Commission has flagged, if I'm not wrong, close to 2,000 people with falsified documentation and what have you, ensured that most of them either have been fired or have been let go by the organizations. But would it surprise you that the same people would find themselves in the private sector with the same false documents? Isn't it the same case of transferring one problem from one sector to the other?
Thank you very much. I like the private sector because they are much more flexible. Their focus is actually on the skill, ability to deliver, other than the papers. Public service is rigid. We usually have minimum requirements. You either meet them or you don't meet them. So it doesn't matter whether you can do the job, you can perform. In a case like the one he has indicated, if the requirement is a bachelor's degree, you must have it. You must have graduated and you have a degree. It doesn't matter whether you can do the job or not. So for his case, you can see the way the private sector works. I think maybe, I don't know whether that is what competence-based education is going to impress. But the truth is this. The people we are offloading, we are supposed to go all the way, but I'm not sure we are doing it fully. Because when you have been working in the public service with forged academic papers, and we catch you, what it means, first of all, you have to be dismissed and be prosecuted. And aside from that, you are supposed to refund all the money you have ever been paid when you are doing that job. So if we were to do that vigorously, I think it will discourage people. And I do not know if there is any law that stops us from publicizing that kind of exercise, so that we even publish the names of the people we have been able to catch, to stop them from entrenching themselves again in the private sector. Because even the private sector is serving Kenyans. And Kenyans, wherever they are, deserve quality services. So that is something we must do. I'm afraid people we are letting go from the public service are getting themselves places again in the private sector, because we have not gone all the hog. Because if we dismissed them, prosecuted them, had them refund the money, I think that one will tie them down a bit, and they would not want to engage in any further mischief. But let me tell you something that happens, because I work for the public service. We have people who falsify their academic papers needlessly. Recently, I had a case of a young lady whom we had given a job. But when we tried to verify the degree certificate she had presented was forged. But the same university indicated to us that yes, this was our student, but this is the degree she obtained. She just changed from second class, what she got actually, second class lower. But what she wanted to use, the degree she presented to us, is second class upper. You see? Now because of that, she had to lose her job. Yet she had actually graduated. And there was no requirement that you must have a second class upper for you to be given the job. That was totally needless. And then working at the Public Service Commission is much more challenging, because when people face those problems, I have everybody calling me, you know, that is my only child, you know, that was a small mistake. And ladies and gentlemen, the worst thing in this country, I don't know whether it is easy to get a university degree than to get a Form 4 certificate. Because I have a case, classical case, of somebody who went through high school and even qualified at university, got a degree. When we tried to verify, the Form 4 certificate was forged. Her true certificate was a D-, but the certificate she used to go to university had a C+. And actually, the university degree is genuine. And then now you are told, but you know, a Form 4 certificate was not a requirement for this job. It was a degree. Can that stand? It can't. It can't. And then you want to put pressure all over. You want everybody to reach out to me. You know, the child has a degree. Does a degree have a problem? No, it is genuine. No. We must stand up, and we need the support of every Kenyan to win this war. It is not easy. All of us must rise up and say no to forged academic papers. Thank you.
Asante, Madam Famba. Madam Kuresha, do you think the human resource departments in this country have a lot of strength, in the sense that they can decide who gets hired and who doesn't get hired, even if there's interference from, let's say, the CEO, the CFO, the chairman, and what have you? Do we have a strengthened human resource department in this country?
Thank you, Nimrod. My simple answer to that is unfortunately no, and I'll tell you why. You know, the HR profession is a regulated profession in Kenya, and we have a code of conduct that we must all abide by it. Some of the things we have seen happen both in private and public sector, the HR becomes like, it's not a whole directorate, but just a department, maybe under finance or admin. That now limits the authority of HR. So we need to get out of that and strengthen the HR function. When you are reading my accolades, one of them was I'm a certified HR auditor. I have my undergraduate, my graduate, I did the certification of HR, but I still went ahead and did certification to be a HR auditor. Again, within the institutions, every year, we put more emphasis on to audit our financial systems, our processes, and we leave out the HR function, which the whole organization depends on it. And Nimrod, let me tell you this, if we want to get this right as a country, every organization that is represented here, and those of you who are watching online, your answer lies with a qualified HR practitioner who should be your advisor when it comes to setting up your organization, how you do your workforce analysis, and where you should invest to get the best returns out of it. Whether you're in the service industry like the public service or private, the key lies with how strong is your human resource management department. And it's very simple. Get a qualified HR professional, let them be your partner. There are different names, HR advisor, the business partner within the private sector, and then the different directorates within the public sector. And empower them, because all of us are multi-skilled, but you do not have the skill that a HR professional has. Today I can go and disguise myself as an engineer and sit for an interview. I can do the same for a medical doctor, because I have interviewed them. They all go through my hand from hire to retire. That is the solution I have for this problem. Empower your human resource department. Even at the university levels, we have the registrars who play the role of HR. And now they compromise on integrity. Every institution, again, Nimrod, if you were to Google any randomly today, you will find some of the values they preach: transparency, integrity, accountability. But we practice. And I like what, unfortunately, within the public sector, and let me defend this, Nimrod, why the academic comes handy within the public sector. It's for one reason, because the Constitution wants us to give people on equal opportunity and fair merit. And you cannot choose someone with D+ over someone with A-. But now it lies in the process. When you are asking those questions, how critical can the person think to even answer your question? You know, you can tell who is doing it from a book level, because in fact, those papers, when you come to the organization, they only help you at 5%. The 95% is how solution-oriented are you, how fast can you be innovative, and what problems can you solve as fast as you should be within your role. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Madam Kuresha. Let me come to my final question, then I open the floor to Dr. Cecilia Ngetich. You have the tedious role of doing checks and balances in the counties. Unfortunately, we don't envy you. Ni kazi ngumu. Every governor comes with a new chief of staff. Yeah? That person is usually either qualified or not qualified, or has falsified documents. What that means then is that every other person under him will either have the same criteria as his or hers, or even below. How big of a challenge is that when it comes to county service delivery, just because of falsified documents, nepotism, and what you call it at the county level?
Okay, thank you, Nimrod. Indeed, it is a big challenge, but I want to say that most public service boards are doing their work. For example, the county does not, the county secretary does not hire directly, but they have to go through the county public service boards, through the normal process of recruitment, interviews, and selection. However, like what we said before, that the people who hold forged certificates or are incompetent are known. And sometimes when we have, for example, if the whoever is in that position of the county secretary and is the one supposed to oversee the public service employees, and they know there's this element of inferiority complex and disrespect that comes. In other words, you cannot have that authority to actually, ask for performance when, people know that huyu anatuambia nini na yeye hata hakusoma. So it erodes that power for the, overseeing the performance or productivity. So that's one thing. And then number two, the relationship, the working relationships in the county is highly affected. You find that you end up with the, camps, and then they are competing, they are undermining each other, and the service delivery is completely eroded. So it is, I want to say it is indeed a challenge, but it's not that the county secretary hires, we do the hiring. The only unfortunate thing, they are the ones who are supposed to supervise, but unfortunately, they find it difficult with all these set of people, some who came in correctly, some who did not come in correctly, some who are, who forged papers, and others who are trying to do their work. Because even those who are trying to do their work correctly will be discouraged. There is a scenario where you find that probably the chief, that is the chief officer, the head of a health department, is not even a medic. And here the doctors are under him and all that, and they find it difficult to cope with that situation. So it is indeed a very sad situation, but I want to say, as I said, tutaweza.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for keeping hope alive. Sindio, toto nokubali. Tunatoka hapa na nguvu mpya. Sawa. Hi, I'm opening the floor to questions, but before I do that, we've been online for some time now, since morning. We have about 650 viewers right now on X. I'm encouraging them, if they have questions, they can post them on X. We'll try and ask our panelists just before we leave. Asante sana.
a member here. My name is Professor Solomon Ikosangwa Shibairo, the Vice Chancellor, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. So there's a Vice Chancellor in the house. The university is located in Western region. We are a big university with 25,000 students. To answer exactly the question about the addendum business, normally the addendum ordered by courts is because the student has qualified, but for one reason or another, they are missing in the graduation booklet. Maybe they didn't have enough school fees, or their defense when their master's or PhD came in late. Number two thing, we are beginning to have a challenge of technology bringing in cheating. For example, AI in writing thesis. If you don't have a software to check on that, students give you thesis with 80% AI generated things. So it's not original work, and you'll be hiring quacks. But may I go to the debate now? We are talking about the impact at work. I'm aware of a university where one of the people who was supposed to be at DVC level, and DVC normally they hire a professor. So this person is not a professor. And the allegations now, in fact, they have been stopped from working, that the PhD they purport to have was fake. Now, what is done to his juniors, you know, DVCs hold a certain division, is they intimidate everybody below them. Especially they want to show the professors that the professors are worth nothing. So they step on them. The spirit of intimidation, as I said, people are so scared and all that. Two, they don't know their job. For example, you find they want to dictate things to do with procurement, to do with the hirings in different ways. Three, they are highly politically connected. So they scare even the top management, because these people know people here and there and there. So there are all sorts of things. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Nimrod. I don't know whether it's a comment or a question, but it would go to Mr. Faber. I'm alive to the idea of the people who have been flagged as having forged certificates are supposed maybe to go through the due process, and they are either dismissed or they are handed over to DCI or EACC for further action. But at NEC right now, we are talking about from 22nd November 2022, we have verified about 85,000 certificates for public servants. And out of that, we have flagged 2,800 certificates as forged. Why I'm rising now is because these cases, people are fighting back. They want to come back. And remember, majority of these people have their genuine certificate. They sat and they got certificates, but now they have manipulated them to match whatever is required in the market. So that genuine certificate is somewhere. Then now they were employed using the forged one. Once they are caught, what they do now, they come and bring the genuine one and resubmit it to NEC. Same index number, same year, same serial number, different grades. And now they want to tell us that one, we forget about it, we look at the genuine one. So we say no. We are not going to verify a secondary certificate for the same person twice. So what is happening now, some of them are in court. Some of them, again, they go to these institutions, the DCI and the EACC. When they go, they are given different certificates.
So we are asking ourselves, are also these institutions part of this problem? They brought this, and now what they are giving the EACC or DCI is a different copy. When they come, because the DCI and EACC must get an independent report from NEC, we tell them no, our report is based on another copy which was brought by the organization, and it is verified it came from this organization. And now we get into, what can I say, into a problem, because they are saying this is what we are given and you must verify it. So we are saying, suppose now we start saying this is genuine. What will happen to the forgery report? The next thing, we've been taken to court. On this date you said I have forged, on this date you said genuine, I lost my work, I've lost my pension, now NEC must compensate me for declaring me forged. By the time you prove these grades are different in court, it's taken another 3-4 years. Right now we have one case, I'm sorry Nimrod, let me just take a little time, where now they have come. The issue of them being dismissed, they have been dismissed from one public institution. They have gone and done an interview in another public institution, using now the genuine. In this other institution, they had falsified from a D stand to a B stand. Now they have gone with the D. And now they have come for us to verify the D to the new public institution. And we have said no. They have come with a lawyer, we have said no. And now they are headed to court that NEC is refusing. So we are asking, now these people we have declared forged, they are moving from one institution to another public institution. How are we going to ensure that we lock them out? Once we declare them a forgery in one institution, then whatever else they are bringing should not be admissible. So that is a question we need to, a conversation we need to have, and see how we can be consistent in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nimrod. I'm Kipkemoy Langat from the Tibet Authority, and I listened to Madam Qureshi, and something came to my mind. The responsibility of the HR department and the aspect of employer accountability, because we are looking at the impact. The CEO, Public Service Commission, told us it affects efficiency and effectiveness. Yes. But then, in the public sector, when we are doing, for instance, procurement, we require the head of procurement to do a professional advice in terms of the extent of due diligence that they have done. The question is, let us also look at hiring as a procurement process that requires due diligence. Earlier on in the other sessions, we were informed about the institutions called the qualification awarding institutions. In Kenya, there was a time when almost everybody was a QAI. You heard of Nairobi Aviation. And probably some of your staff have qualifications from Nairobi. Even today, we still have people, and both in public and private, hiring based on qualifications that are issued by entities not qualified to be QAIs. So the question that I have for the HR managers, how are we going to bring in the aspect of due diligence so that a diploma from any institution does not qualify to be a qualification for a recruitment process. Let me also reflect a bit. Sometimes back when we were graduating in the 90s, the universities were required to submit that final graduation list to the Public Service Commission, to the Teacher Service Commission. They were the major employers at that time. So when you present yourself to the Teacher Service, I started as a teacher, so I went to the Teacher Service Commission. The moment you mention your university, they will not address your issue until they get the graduation list for the particular year. Why don't we strengthen the KNQA so that database which we require for qualifications across the country is built? And also do a requirement, and I think now that this forum had the blessing of the head of public service, it had the blessing of the Public Service Commission, and it has the blessing of EACC as the convener. Is it possible that we also include in our laws a requirement that any qualification acquired from a foreign institution should be registered with KNQF, or with the KNQA, sorry, with the KNQA immediately it is acquired, so that employers can easily go to the database at KNQA and confirm that this is a genuine qualification. Otherwise, we'll still have that proliferation of fake certificates, fake qualifications, and looks like the HR managers and the employers are not sensitized enough to know that not everybody, not any institution can issue a qualification. You heard the other day some people in Mombasa issuing PhDs. And those PhDs will find those papers will find the access to your tables for consideration.
Thank you. Asante sana. I think we can get the answers and then come to a close. Let me start with you, sir.
Let me start by saying this. You know, we are dealing with a question that is not purely workplace question. We are dealing with a question that has a criminal nature in it, and then it requires us to see how the two processes deal with. The HR is going to deal with it according to the policies that are in that institution. For example, if after I've employed you, after 2 years, you have found that your high school certificate is not genuine, what does the internal policy say about that process? But then there is the criminal nature that you faked the certificate. What does the law say about that? Can you be prosecuted? The employer cannot prosecute you, but if that information is submitted to the authorities, what will the authority do with that? Because for the employer, perhaps the internal policies speak about separation. So you take the person through the process of the disciplinary process until the separation happens. You separated with this person. Now, what happens after that is not now again the question of the employer. It's the question of, as a country, what have we chosen to, how are we going to respond to the issue of fake certificates? Because if we have the laws that criminalize it, then the actions that are envisioned in the law take place. We had the prosecutors and we had all these, the police and all that. All the authorities that are to be involved get involved and then handle it as a criminal question. And then if you look at the due diligence, the employers, at least I know in the private sector, each has their own internal policies on how far they are going to conduct the due diligence. But the easiest thing, and if we want really to help the employers to be able to conduct well the due diligence, we need to have systems. The employer is not going to run from to 10 institutions trying to find out. Once they write to those institutions, the institutions say, yeah, these certificates are okay. The employer is not going to become an investigating agency. But if we have that database, authorities where, if you receive any certificate, if you receive any qualification, you write to that agency, and once they give you a clean bill of health around that, it is done. And there is an issue that we also perhaps need to speak to, that the government agencies, in some of these critical issues, you need to remove the fees. You need to stop asking the employers, can you pay for us to certify, to perhaps check for you this, can you pay for us to do this? Can we see which are critical services for us as a country, for our human resource, for us to work and remove all this mess that we have, and then ensure that we come together, work together, then to be able to address it. And lastly, we need, if you remember, in 2002, yes, when we had our elections, the first elections when we had the opposition taking over, the first 6 months of 2003, there is a lot of mess that was at zero until people realized that we are just still the same animals. And what am I saying? Change in Kenya, and unless it is a rebellion or revolution, change happens from the top. The public sector sets pace for the private sector. In the family, the parents set pace for the children. In the communities, those perhaps opinion leaders and all that. Now, we need to agree that for us to deal with this issue, we need also to go back to the basics on our hiring, so that we reward meritocracy, we reward value. If we see appointments, and there was a discussion and examples that are in the public domain, if somebody can occupy a higher office with what is in public domains, perhaps taken as a fake certificate, how many people, just by looking at that case, gets influenced to see, oh, this is what should be happening. Can we have a system of meritocracy? All the way starting from the top, whether it is at household level, whether it is at community level, whether it is at county level, whether it is at national level, in our agencies. And if we do that, then people will find it good to ensure that the values that we push for and the good system that we are pushing for is upheld at all levels.
Asante sana. Mr. Famba, I think you'll take the question from the VC and also Madam Jen Kashu.
Nimrod, actually, the VC's was a comment. What I want to respond to is what came from Madam, the officer from NEC. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to truly appreciate the Kenya National Examination Council for coming in a very robust manner in helping in the verification process. I'm sorry for the challenges you are going through. But one thing I can assure you is that the Public Service Commission is going to stand with you. Why do I say that? The certificate you are verifying is the certificate that is submitted to you by the agency that has employed the staff. Do not accept any other. We are submitting to you what they have presented to us when they are looking for a job. I know they have another one with inferior qualifications, which is legit. But the one you have presented as you are looking for the job, that is what we are verifying. And once we have verified that one and they have failed, the integrity has been brought to question and they are no longer fit to serve anywhere else. Even with the legit certificate, they are hidden at home. So my position as Public Service Commission is that you don't have to verify a Form 4 certificate twice. Once you have verified a certificate belonging to Paul Famba, that is done. And you know it is coming from the employer, that this is what this employee has presented. Is it legit? Hiyo ingine the monkey business. Atatupeleka kotini tu, tutahangaika, but as Kenya National Examinations Council, stand firm and defend the integrity of the whole process. Defend the certificates you have issued. And if somebody comes in with a fake one, just flag them out as fake. A number of them have lost their jobs because of NEC. NEC has been very thorough, very brutal, and I think NEC is an example of that organization that you cannot bribe to get a different report from the one that is true. Many people have said, I will go back to NEC. I will go back to NEC. They have never come back to the commission up to now because the result has remained the same. And for some of us who went to school a long time ago, I really don't know what happened. Because I recall that when I reported to the University of Nairobi, Kenya National Examination Council had already sent the results there. So they verified the result. At admission, they checked, there was a booklet that had the results. So they would go look for your name and see that you actually qualify to be in university. So you could not go through, you could not even start. And that was done on the first day. The same way my friend there has indicated that after you graduated, the results were also sent. The booklet was sent to the Public Service Commission and the TSC. So when you went there looking for a job, it was very easy to check. When did you graduate? They check if you are in the graduation list or you are not there. Things worked then. Maybe the population was lower and it was easy. Right now, with what is happening, and with the proliferation of academic institutions, we need to do more to keep pace with what is happening. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Mr. Famba. Teteri Cecilia, maybe 1 minute, your final remarks.
Thank you very much. I think what I want to say is that the County Public Service Board has the mandate of educating the public about the vice of forging certificates. It's one major one of the what is required of us to ensure that we give public education to the prospective employees and that they should be able to be aware of the consequences. And secondly, the political environment, what I know is that things will change because of the public awareness. You can see now things are changing, particularly with the Gen Zs now, who are, information is flagged out. If there is somebody employed unfairly, they quickly search their CVs, search where they went to. So that's why I'm saying that let us take it as, collective responsibility to continuously educate the public against the vice so that we actually help to eradicate this situation. And earlier on, there was this, we were all asking ourselves, where did the rain start beating us? And I'm a teacher and I know one of the main problem, of course, was our education system, that moving from that colonial period and we came to the new education system to produce manpower, we continued producing graduates for the white-collar jobs, yet the vacancies for top cream in an organization are very few. This led now to competition. And that competition, especially there was a time during which schools were being ranked, and those who were ranked poorly were being attacked by parents and the community. So I think that is when what forced some of the schools to start the cheating, and then came up the private schools, some of them that maybe were not doing professional work and wanted to market themselves. So I think we also need to enhance the education system. And I'm happy about the CBC now because it is about the skills, what you learn, not exactly what you remember, what you recall, because I think that previously the exams were about recall, cramming. You would cram and then reproduce. So I'm happy about the CBC, and in the long run, things are going to change because it will now move to skill-based and capacity, and also recognizing talents of various students. Thank you.
Asante sana. Madam Gracia.
Thank you, Nimrod. Let me answer the question on the due diligence and also why procurement, we ask for the professional opinion. We should be doing the same in HR. When I was doing my MSc in HR, there is a whole unit called procurement in HR. And at first, when we were learning, the thought process, we resisted. We're like, oh, we're not items and all that. But when you come out here to practice is when you realize that indeed when you're recruiting, it's a whole procurement process. And the due diligence starts with when you, first of all, assembling, if you know there are different aspects. The private sector, how we hire is different, the public sector is different. When you're even assembling the recruitment team, because it has to be multi-sectorial, it starts from there. And like I said, the HR should be the owner of this process of procurement. Commit a crime within those 4 months. So are you going back to DCI to check if I have any record of? I know you're not guilty until proven, but it says a lot. When you're hiring, by the way, don't just look at the skills and the qualification. There is the habit and the behavior the person brings to the organization, which drives them to actually help you achieve. So I will again overemphasize, because you were told before the end of this, we must have solutions. And as the good professor said, the sewer is leaking. Let's not blind ourselves from that. And it starts from the top. As leaders, let's lead with examples. And when you're giving, by the way, if you look at research, 70% of jobs are gotten through networking. There is nothing wrong in telling Nimrod, Kuresha applied for this position, can you consider her? But you should also respect when Nimrod looks at Kuresha and takes her through the recruitment process and he finds she was not fit for the role, then you do not have to pressure. So integrity starts with us, and let's practice. Bishop is not here. I asked him a question. When livelihood and my integrity clashes, when a CEO says it's either you hire or you go home, which one should I choose? And he told me I should choose integrity because it gives me livelihood. And that's, all of us live by that. I know the economies are hard, I know you can be threatened, but today I will push for one person, tomorrow I will push for another one, because I'll tell you, so you've already signed this one. So what is it different from this one? So now you become the victim. And you have to keep on doing it until it reaches the 100 hires we're talking about. Thank you.
Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the panelists today. Asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Paul Famba, Dr. Cecilia Ngetich, Kuresha Delai, and Mr. Stephen Obiero. Thank you so much for the insights. It's been a wonderful time. Na kwa nyie wote nasema asante sana, lakini tusimame. Before I hand over back to Bwana MC, tusimame kidogo. Njoni upande huu. Tuchangamke kidogo, si ndio? Tujipigie makofi. Tumekaa muda wote huu. Watazamaji wetu kwenye mtandao pia wameongezeka na kadhalika. But I want us to do a nice hearty round of applause in a different way, yeah? So if I say one, you clap once. Sawa? Are we together? If I say two, we clap twice. If I say three or tatu, we clap 3 times. 4 namna hiyo mpaka 5, si ndio? Haya, let's rub our hands tafadhali. Tujipigie makofi pamoja na wote wale waliokuwa hapa, mgeni wa heshima Bwana Felix Koskei, chairman wetu wawili, CEO, commissioners who are here, top management, and every distinguished guest. Sawa sawa. Alright, let's wrap. And you smile, eh? Moja. Hawa wanapiga bilioni na tutaka hapo mpaka 6. Hi. Let's see. Moja. Yeah, good one. Let's wrap. Mbili. Let's wrap. Ili. Tatu. Good one. Wrap. Nne. Hii ya mwisho tufanye kama tunaangusha hoteli, eh? Sawa. Haya. 5. Thank you. Please be seated. Sasa wacha niwape story kamoja. Inanifanya nikumbuke integrity hapa. I'm conflicted. So my 9-year-old son on Saturday came with a 1,000 shillings note. Ameitoa huko ground floor akakuja nayo juu. Akatupata mimi, my wife and his brother who's 12 years old. Hey, Daddy, tumepata 1,000 shillings. I'm like, okay, from who? Did you ask? No, we just found it on the ground. We took it. Who and who? So there was a younger boy who was about 4 years old. So he came with it. We asked him, did you snatch it? He said, no. He's not even aware it's money. So okay, fine. So we're conflicted. So my story was, please go around the houses within the estate, uliza nani amepoteza pesa, and then tutampatia. Or akuje nyumbani. So then my wife was, take it back, uiangushe hapo chini. I said, no, kwa sababu ukiangusha chini, itachukuliwa na mtu ambaye si yake, si ndio? Haya. Akasema tuulize gateman. So we sent the child to the gateman. Tell anybody who's lost 1,000 shillings to come and knock in a house, we'll give it to them. So mpaka leo hiyo 1,000 shillings iko hapo nyumbani. But my wife wants it to go to the gateman because now we can't find who lost 1,000 shillings. And I'm telling her, ukipatia gateman ataitumia na si yake. So then I told her, you know, sisi when we were being raised tukiwa wadogo ulikuwa unaambiwa if you found something that's lost and found, you stay with it for a couple of days and then those who found it split it. Sawa. So tuko conflicted. Sasa naomba kwa utaratibu muniambie hapo. Am I raising children who will forge documents or am I okay there? I'm a bit conflicted because sasa my wife wants a problem to go out, but me want the problem to stay in so that we deal with it there. Naomba yule ako na jibu anione baadaye tukinywa chai. Hiyo 1,000 shillings. Mimi nimefanya makosa. Si nimeambia watoto wagawane wanunue kile wanataka pamoja na majirani. Yeye anasema hapana, iende kule nje. It's an integrity question, isn't it? How do you deal with that? Because I'm trying to raise kids who understand that lost and found doesn't belong to the other person who didn't find it. Sijui kama mmenielewa. Bwana MC, karibu.
We can give a round of applause to Nimrod. Thank you. We are coming to the end of this conference. But just before we close, let me just make 1 or 2 announcements. Number 1, we have a secretariat which has been recording the proceedings in this conference. You do realize this morning there has been very good proposals coming up. There has been very good areas of follow-up, including whether organizations which are verifying organizations should pay or not. All that has been captured by the secretariat. They will finalize that report, and within 3 days, the report will be shared with the stakeholders. Next, we will have, our tea is still served after we finish, don't leave tea because it's already paid for. But before we finalize, because I will not stand again, we will have a vote of thanks, which will be moved by our Director in charge of Preventive Services, Mr. Vincent Okongo. Then after that, Mr. Okongo will invite the Vice Chair of the Commission, Dr. Monica Moiro, to formally close the workshop. Then after closing the workshop, a colleague, Mr. Mahmoud Muhammad of ESCC, will do the final prayer. That will be the order of the activities. Thank you.
the Vice Chair of the Commission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, I've been asked to move a vote of thanks, and I'll move very quickly. I think first and foremost we have had a very insightful, very valuable and very robust engagement on this issue of integrity of academic and professional qualifications. The issues that we have looked at cut across in 3 areas. Those which will require policy, legal and institutional reforms. That is very critical to change the way we are doing business in terms of managing the integrity of these processes. Others will require change of systems, practices and procedures of work in the way we look at some of these documents. And therefore, I believe the report that we'll be issuing will speak to that. Thirdly, others require attitude and behavior change, which must be accompanied by very robust education and awareness programs. So a multi-sectoral, a multi-agency framework, I think, is critical towards ensuring that some of these areas are critically understood and we are able to respond accordingly. So with that, it is my honor and privilege to move a vote of thanks on behalf of EACC. Your presence, valuable contributions and commitment to this very critical subject will certainly impact the fight against corruption and enhance practices in our academic and professional bodies. Secondly, I would like to recognize each and every one of you for playing key roles immensely contributing to the objectives of the conference. To our chief guest who was here earlier, the head of public service, we wish to thank him for finding time to come and actually laying the framework within which we can engage and even proposing a number of solutions that we can consider as we look at this issue. Secondly, to our EAC chairperson, Dr. David Oginde, I also wish to commend him in his absentia and to appreciate him for spearheading and supporting the cause of promoting good governance through collaboration and partnerships. Allow me also to recognize the EACC Commissioner here present for the excellent job in leading the panel discussions. Your passion and knowledge for the subject is acknowledged. To the EACC CEO, who is also not here, we thank him for leading the team and organizing this first high-level ethics and integrity conference. It has been a very strategic and successful event, judging from the number who are still here. Join me in recognizing the contribution of various law enforcement agencies and partners represented here, namely the Director of Public Prosecution and the DCI, for your perspectives, suggestions, and commitments to partnership in addressing this matter. To the regulators in the education sector, represented by Commission for University Education, Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Technical and Vocational Education Training Institute, TVET, and the Council for Legal Education. We recognize and appreciate your presentations and insights in your respective panels. We look forward to further engagement and collaborations. To representatives of the academic and other strategic institutions, we are grateful for your technical contributions, which has enriched the discussion. To the development partners, we extend our gratitude to you for your continuous commitment to the implementation of work of the Commission, your contribution in supporting and dedication towards realizing collaborative approach towards promotion of integrity in Kenya. I recognize and appreciate all invited distinguished guests for answering our call and invitation and witnessing this important event. Your presence has made the conference a success. To the technical committee, I thank you for your meticulous planning and putting in place all the necessary plans in making the conference a success. To the media, I commend you for witnessing the conference and providing coverage and publicity to the event. This will certainly help shape the public discourse on the subject of integrity of our academic and professional bodies. Again, I sincerely thank all of you for making time and having a very successful conference. Thank you and God bless. At this juncture, I invite the Vice Chair of the Commission to give a concluding remark. Thank you.
Mine is very simple, is to ask each and every person who is here, who have sat the whole day, to appreciate themselves. As a commission, we are very grateful because you have shown that you are willing to help us enhance integrity in academic and professional qualifications so that we can move this country forward. One of the speakers said that integrity starts with you. And lastly, I will say, tutaweza. And with those remarks, this conference is officially closed. Thank you.
Let us pray. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise be to the Almighty, the Lord of the universe, the most gracious, the merciful. It is you that we worship, and it is you that we seek your grace and help. Guide us as we come to the end of this very important conference. Make us those who remember and implement all what we discuss. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those who have earned your mercy and grace, and not those who have earned your anger. In the name of Allah we pray. Amen.
I know you are the brain behind what you are saying.